In the spring of 1934, a new chapter in golf history quietly began among the Georgia Pines. The Augusta National Invitation Tournament, not yet bearing the prestigious Masters name, held its inaugural playing from March 22nd through the 25th at the recently completed Augusta National Golf Club. This tournament would eventually become one of golf's 4 major championships, though few could have predicted such grandeur in those early Depression-era days. The event was the brainchild of amateur golf legend Bobby Jones and New York investment banker Clifford Roberts. Jones had retired from competitive golf in 1930 after completing the unprecedented Grand Slam, winning all 4 major championships of that era in a single season. Rather than continue competing, he chose to create something lasting, a golf course and tournament that would showcase the game's artistry. Roberts provided the business acumen and organizational drive to transform Jones's vision into reality. Augusta National's course itself was co-designed by Jones and renowned Scottish architect Alistair Mackenzie. The property had formerly been the site of fruitland nurseries, and many of the flowering plants that would later define Augusta's aesthetic already dotted the landscape. Mackenzie brought his strategic design philosophy, emphasizing multiple routes to each green and rewarding creative shot-making over pure power. Tragically, Mackenzie died in January 1934, just months before seeing his creation host its first tournament. The inaugural field was invitational and deliberately small, reflecting Jones and Roberts's desire for an intimate, high-quality gathering rather than an open championship. The tournament was conceived partly to give Jones a showcase event at his new club, and indeed Bobby came out of his competitive retirement to play, though he did not contend for the title. His presence alone lent the event immediate credibility and drew national attention. One interesting detail about that first tournament was the routing of the golf course. The nines were reversed from today's configuration, meaning the current back 9, holes 10 through 18, actually played as the opening 9 in 1934. This would be changed the following year to the permanent routing we know today, with Amen Corner anchoring the back 9 rather than the front. The first prize was $1,500, a modest purse even by 1930 standards, but respectable given the economic climate. The championship itself came down to a tight finish between 2 accomplished professionals. Horton Smith, a 25-year-old from Missouri known for his exceptional putting touch, emerged victorious. Smith finished with a 72-hole total that put him 1 stroke ahead of Craig Wood, a powerful striker who would experience several near misses at Augusta in the years to come. Smith's victory was built on steady play and patient precision that would characterize Masters champions for decades. His putting on Augusta's challenging greens proved decisive, demonstrating the importance of the short game that would become a tournament hallmark. The tournament received solid coverage in golf circles and southern newspapers, though it had not yet achieved the national prominence it would later command. Telegraph reports carried scoring updates to interested parties across the country, and those who attended spoke of Augusta National's remarkable beauty and the course's strategic demands. The greens were already noted for their speed and contour, a trademark that Augusta would maintain and enhance over the coming decades. Jones and Roberts used this first event to establish protocols and traditions, some of which would evolve into Masters customs. The invitational nature of the field was carefully considered, bringing together past champions, current stars, and promising amateurs. This selectivity would remain a Masters hallmark, distinguishing it from open championships where any qualified professional could enter. The early spring timing in Georgia offered generally favorable weather, though it risked occasional cold snaps or rain. The 1934 event proceeded without major weather disruptions, allowing the course to play as intended. Spectators walked the grounds freely, a tradition that continues today, getting close to the action in ways that would become increasingly rare at other major championships. The field included leading professionals and top amateurs, with quality of competition high from the beginning. Players recognized that Jones's involvement made this an event worth attending. The invitational format brought together past champions, current stars, and promising players in an intimate setting that distinguished this tournament from larger open championships. Weather conditions during the inaugural tournament were generally favorable, allowing the course to play as designed. The relatively calm conditions meant that scores reflected true skill rather than being distorted by extreme weather. This fortunate beginning helped establish Augusta's reputation for presenting a fair but demanding test. The course itself represented Jones and Mackenzie's shared vision of strategic golf architecture. Rather than relying on narrow fairways or punitive rough to create difficulty, Augusta National emphasized wide landing areas that invited aggressive play while presenting choices and consequences. The green complexes with their severe slopes and contours demanded precise distance control and the correct angle of approach. This design philosophy would influence golf course architecture for generations to come. Looking back, the 1934 Augusta National Invitation Tournament was a modest beginning for what would become golf's most tradition-rich event. Smith's victory, the course's debut, and Jones's vision all combined to plant seeds that would flourish in the decades ahead. The second playing of the Augusta National Invitation Tournament took place in late March of 1935, and it would produce one of the most famous shots in golf history. Still not officially called the Masters, the event was already gaining reputation as an important spring gathering for the game's elite players. Bobby Jones and Clifford Roberts made a significant change before this tournament, reversing the course routing so that the current holes 1 through 9 became the permanent front 9, a configuration that has remained unchanged ever since. Gene Sarazen entered the 1935 event as one of golf's established stars. Born Eugenio Saraceni in Harrison, New York, Sarazen had already won multiple major championships, including the U.S. Open and PGA Championship. He was known for his aggressive style and his invention of the modern sand wedge, which had revolutionized bunker play. At 33 years old, Sarazen remained near the peak of his considerable powers. The tournament unfolded over the first 3 rounds without particular drama, though Sarazen played solid golf to remain in contention. Craig Wood, the runner-up from the previous year, held the lead entering the final round. Wood appeared poised to claim the title that had narrowly eluded him in 1934. He posted a strong score and finished his round, settling in to watch the remaining players complete their rounds. Sarazen was playing several groups behind Wood and found himself trailing by 3 strokes as he reached the par 5 15th hole in the final round. This hole, which would later become part of the famous Amen corner stretch when that term was coined in the 1950s, played as a reachable par 5 for long hitters willing to challenge the water hazard fronting the green. Sarazen decided to go for the green in 2 shots, a risky play given that he needed to make up ground but could ill afford a disaster. After a good drive, Sarazen had about 220 yards remaining to the hole. He selected a 4-wood, an unusual choice for such a long approach, but one suited to the shot he envisioned. The ball left the club face on a low, piercing trajectory, and Sarazen watched as it bounded onto the green and rolled toward the flagstick. Impossibly, the ball disappeared into the cup for a double eagle, or albatross, a score of 2 on the par 5 hole. This single shot, which would become known as the shot heard round the world, erased Sarazen's 3-stroke deficit in one swing. He had moved from 3 behind to even with Wood in the most dramatic fashion imaginable. The gallery erupted, and word of the incredible shot spread quickly through the grounds and beyond. For a tournament seeking to establish itself among golf's premier events, no amount of advertising could match the impact of such a moment. Sarazen parred the remaining holes to finish tied with Wood at the top of the leaderboard, forcing a playoff. In those days, Masters playoffs were conducted over 36 holes, a full day's worth of golf that provided a thorough test of skill and stamina. The playoff was scheduled for the following day, giving both players time to rest and prepare for the marathon confrontation. The 36-hole playoff saw Saracen maintain his composure and momentum from the famous shot. He played steady, consistent golf over the 2 rounds, never allowing Wood to establish control. Wood fought hard but could not overcome Saracen's complete game. When the long playoff concluded, Saracen had won by a comfortable margin, claiming the second Augusta National Invitation Tournament title. The victory, and particularly the double eagle on 15, helped cement the tournament's reputation far beyond what its brief history might otherwise have warranted. National newspapers carried the story prominently, and golf fans who had never visited Georgia began to think of Augusta as a special venue where remarkable things could happen. Jones and Roberts recognized the publicity value of such drama and would work to cultivate Augusta's reputation as a place of legend and spectacle. Bobby Jones again competed as an amateur host player, fulfilling his dual role as tournament founder and participant. He did not contend for the title, and his competitive results at his own tournament would never match his stellar career accomplishments. Nevertheless, his presence and involvement lent the event credibility and attracted players who might otherwise have skipped a new invitational tournament in Georgia. The field size and purse remained relatively small compared with later Masters tournaments. This intimacy was part of the event's intended character, distinguishing it from larger, more commercial championships. Jones and Roberts wanted Augusta to feel like a gathering among friends, even as they worked to make it nationally significant. Early Masters telegraph reports and newspaper coverage began building the tournament's mystique. Writers praised the course's beauty, the strategic design that rewarded smart play, and the spring setting among flowering plants. The combination of Saracen's historic shot and the generally positive press coverage accelerated Augusta's rise in golf's hierarchy. The 1935 tournament also demonstrated that the course could produce the kind of dramatic finishes that make golf compelling. The risk-reward nature of holes like the 15th, where a bold shot could yield great reward or costly penalty, became a defining characteristic of Augusta National. This design philosophy would influence golf course architecture for generations. As the field dispersed after the playoff, Saracen's double eagle was already entering golf lore. The shot would be recounted in articles and books for decades, growing in stature as the tournament itself grew. For the Augusta National Invitation Tournament, still finding its identity, the 1935 event provided validation and momentum. The shot heard round the world had announced that something special was happening in Georgia each spring. The third edition of the Augusta National Invitation Tournament arrived in the spring of 1936, and it would produce a familiar champion under remarkably similar circumstances to the inaugural event. Horton Smith, who had won the first tournament in 1934, returned to Augusta with his game in excellent form. The smooth-putting professional from Missouri was establishing himself as an early specialist on this unique course, someone who understood its subtleties and could navigate its challenges consistently. Once again, Craig would found himself in contention. The powerful ball striker had now finished second in both of the first 2 tournaments, losing to Smith in 1934 and to Gene Saracen in the famous playoff of 1935. Wood's game seemed ideally suited to Augusta National, with its premium on long, accurate driving and precise iron play, yet the championship had twice slipped through his fingers. He would be seeking to finally break through and claim the title that his talent suggested he deserved. The tournament played out over 4 rounds in typical early spring Georgia weather. The course, now with its routing permanently established, presented the challenges that Bobby Jones and Alister McKenzie had envisioned. Wide fairways invited aggressive driving, but the green complexes demanded precision and touch. Mishits that found the wrong portion of a green could leave nearly impossible putts or delicate chips back up severe slopes. Smith navigated these demands with the same patient excellence that had served him in 1934. His putting, always his greatest strength, proved decisive on Augusta's famously fast and contoured greens. Where other players might take 3 putts from difficult positions, Smith's touch and feel allowed him to 2-putt more often, saving strokes in small increments that accumulated into a significant advantage over 72 holes. As the final round progressed, the championship once again came down to Smith and Wood. The parallels to 1934 were striking, almost as if the tournament had a preferred script. Wood played excellent golf, compiling a score that would have won most championships, but he could not quite catch Smith. When the final putt dropped, Smith had edged Wood by a single stroke, exactly the same margin by which he had won 2 years earlier. The victory confirmed Smith's reputation as an early-era master specialist, someone whose game matched perfectly with Augusta National's demands. Winning twice in the first 3 playings of any tournament is a remarkable achievement, particularly at a championship that attracted such a strong field. Smith became the first multiple winner at Augusta, a distinction that carried considerable prestige even in these early years. Bobby Jones continued his tradition of playing as an amateur host, though his competitive fire had clearly diminished since his retirement from championship golf. Jones's presence remained important for the tournament's credibility and character, even if his scores no longer threatened the leaders. He represented the amateur ideal that had been central to his own career, and his involvement helped maintain Augusta's connection to the game's traditions and values. The event was still not officially known as the Masters in its public branding. Jones himself actually disliked that name, feeling it sounded presumptuous. However, golf writers and fans had already begun informally calling it the Masters, recognizing the tournament's growing stature and the mastery required to win it. The official name change would come soon, but the tournament's identity as something special was already firmly established. The tournament's scheduling in early spring was becoming a cherished tradition. While other major championships moved around the calendar or rotated among venues, Augusta National would remain fixed in time and place. This consistency helped build anticipation and ritual around the event. Golfers and fans could mark their calendars years in advance, knowing that the first full week of April would bring the azaleas, the dogwoods, and the drama of Augusta National. Prize money remained modest by later standards, reflecting golf's overall economic scale in the 1930s. The Great Depression still affected the American economy, and professional golf had not yet become the lucrative enterprise it would later be. Nevertheless, winning at Augusta carried prestige that transcended the financial reward. The champion's name would be permanently associated with Jones, with Mackenzie's masterpiece, and with an event that was clearly becoming important in golf's landscape. The course conditioning received particular attention from Jones and Clifford Roberts. They emphasized fast greens as a hallmark that would define the event and test the world's best players. This commitment to green speed became an Augusta trademark. National media attention for the tournament continued to grow year over year. The combination of Smith's repeat victory, the beautiful setting, and the strategic interest of the course gave writers plenty of material. Smith's victory also demonstrated that success at Augusta could be repeated, that the course rewarded certain skills and tendencies that some players possessed in greater measure than others. This realization would prove prescient, as future decades would see multiple champions like Sam Snead, Arnold Palmer, Jack Nicklaus, and Tiger Woods claim the title repeatedly. The course had identifiable characteristics, and players who mastered those characteristics could return again and again with realistic championship hopes. As the 1936 edition concluded, the Augusta National Invitation Tournament had firmly established itself as an important event on golf's calendar. 3 tournaments had produced 3 worthy champions in Smith, Saracen, and Smith again. The course had proven its merit as a championship test, and the foundation had been laid for what would eventually be recognized as one of golf's 4 major championships, even if that designation still lay in the future. The 4th Augusta National Invitation Tournament, held in 1937, would showcase one of golf's emerging stars and produce a comeback finish that would become legendary in Masters lore. Byron Nelson, just 25 years old, came to Augusta as a rising talent who had already shown flashes of brilliance but had not yet broken through to win a major championship. The smooth-swinging Texan possessed a technically sound game built around consistent ball striking and a calm demeanor under pressure. Ralph Guldall entered the final round with a commanding 6-stroke lead, seemingly in complete control of the championship. Guldall was a powerful player whose game suited Augusta's demands for length and accuracy. 6 shots ahead with 18 holes to play represented an almost insurmountable advantage, the kind of cushion that typically ensures victory even if the leader plays conservatively. Guldall appeared poised to claim his first Augusta title and establish himself among the tournament's elite champions. Byron Nelson had other ideas. Rather than conceding the championship and playing out the final round as a formality, Nelson attacked the course from the opening tee shot. He birdied early holes to apply pressure, though Guldall's lead remained substantial even as Nelson chipped away at it. The real drama would unfold on the stretch of holes that would later be immortalized with the name Amen Corner. Nelson navigated the crucial 11th through 13th holes brilliantly in the final round, the stretch that would later be known as Amen Corner. Each birdie he made increased the pressure on Guldall, who began making mistakes after previously playing solid golf. As the final holes approached, Nelson had incredibly erased the entire 6-stroke deficit. Guldall, who had seemed certain to win just a few hours earlier, now found himself in a desperate struggle to save par on holes where he had previously been making routine pars and birdies. The momentum had completely shifted, and Nelson's steady excellence contrasted sharply with Guldall's mounting errors. When the final putts dropped, Nelson had completed one of the most remarkable comebacks in tournament history. He had staged a 6-stroke final round recovery to claim the championship, turning what seemed like a coronation for Guldall into a heartbreaking collapse. Nelson's victory margin was comfortable in the end, a testament to just how completely he had dominated the final 18 holes while Guldall struggled. The win helped launch Nelson's status as one of the era's dominant players. He would go on to win 2 major championships and set records that still stand, including his incredible 11 consecutive victories in 1945. But this first Masters title represented his breakthrough moment, the victory that announced him as a champion rather than merely a promising talent. Augusta National had provided the stage for Nelson to demonstrate his ability to win under the highest pressure. For Ralph Guldall, the loss was devastating but not career-ending. He would rebound to win major championships later in the 1930s, including U.S. Open titles. However, the memory of the 1937 Masters collapse would always be part of his story, a reminder of how quickly fortunes can reverse at Augusta National. Despite the heartbreak, Guldall remained a leading contender in golf throughout the late 1930s. The tournament further solidified Augusta National's reputation for dramatic swings and unexpected finishes. Unlike courses where a 6-shot lead might be protected through conservative play, Augusta's design encouraged and sometimes demanded aggressive golf. The risk-reward nature of holes like the 13th meant that leads could evaporate quickly, and trailing players always had chances to make up ground with bold play. The green jacket tradition had not yet fully formed at this point in the tournament's history. That iconic symbol of Masters championship would not be introduced for another decade. Nevertheless, the champions were already forming an exclusive club, a group of players who had conquered Augusta National and claimed what was rapidly becoming recognized as one of golf's most prestigious titles. Bobby Jones continued to play, maintaining his tradition of competing in the tournament he had created. His scores remained respectable for an amateur who no longer practiced extensively, but he was not a factor in the championship chase. Jones's role had evolved from competitor to host and guardian of the tournament's traditions and character. His presence ensured continuity with golf's amateur ideals and reminded everyone of the vision that had created Augusta National. Spectator interest and gallery numbers increased from the earliest editions as word spread about the tournament's special character. Fans appreciated the opportunity to walk the course freely, getting close to the players and the action in ways that other championships did not always permit. The natural amphitheater formations around many greens provided excellent viewing positions, and the beautiful setting made even a day of poor golf pleasant for spectators. Scoring standards reflected a still evolving course, with lower scores becoming more common as players learned Augusta's subtleties and as course conditions were refined. The greenskeeping staff, under the exacting standards set by Jones and Clifford Roberts, worked to present the course in optimal condition, balancing difficulty with playability. The goal was always to reward excellent golf while punishing mistakes, a philosophy that would guide Augusta's setup for decades. The 1937 Masters, as people were increasingly calling it despite the official name, added another compelling chapter to the tournament's growing story. Nelson's comeback, Guldall's collapse, and the dramatic finish all contributed to the mystique surrounding this Georgia springtime gathering. The tournament was establishing patterns that would repeat through its history. Dramatic finishes, shifting momentum, and the elevation of champions who seized their moments on golf's most beautiful and demanding stage. The fifth edition of the Augusta National Invitation Tournament in 1938 brought a new champion to the winner's circle and continued the tournament's pattern of avoiding dominance by any single player in its early years. Henry Picard, a stylish professional from Massachusetts, claimed the 1938 title and added a Masters championship to his growing major resume. Picard had already won the PGA Championship and would prove himself one of the finest players of the late 1930s. Picard's game was built on fundamentally sound technique and exceptional club control. He was known as a superior iron player, a skill particularly valuable at Augusta National, where approach shots to the demanding green complexes often determined success or failure. His ability to flight the ball precisely, controlling both distance and trajectory, allowed him to attack pins that other players had to play away from due to the severe consequences of missing in the wrong places. The victory underscored how the Masters title was not dominated by a single player in these early years. Unlike some championships that see the same names winning repeatedly, the Augusta National Invitation Tournament had now crowned 5 different champions in 5 years. Horton Smith, Gene Sarazen, Smith again, Byron Nelson, and now Henry Picard. This diversity of champions demonstrated the course's comprehensive test of golf skills and perhaps also reflected the competitive balance among top professionals in the 1930s. Byron Nelson, the defending champion, remained a central figure in the tournament even though he could not successfully defend his title. Nelson's presence in the field ensured strong competition and added to the tournament's growing reputation for attracting the game's best players. The fact that defending champions could not simply dominate the following year spoke to Augusta National's challenges and the depth of the professional fields assembling each spring. The event maintained its invitational character, with Jones and Clifford Roberts carefully curating the field to include the players they felt would contribute to a high-quality championship. This selective approach distinguished the tournament from open events where any qualified professional could enter. The invitational format allowed for a smaller, more manageable field and helped preserve the intimate atmosphere that Jones valued. It also gave the tournament committee control over who played, enabling them to include promising amateurs and international players who might not otherwise qualify. Augusta National's layout continued to be refined during this period, with adjustments to bunkering and mowing patterns that enhanced the strategic options available to players. Jones and Roberts were not content to leave the course static. They viewed it as a living canvas that could be improved and evolved. These changes were typically subtle, designed to maintain the course's essential character while addressing new equipment or addressing holes that were not playing as intended. The purse rose slowly as the tournament gained prestige, though prize money remained modest compared to the riches that would come in later decades. Professional golf in the 1930s operated on a much smaller financial scale than the modern game, with most professionals supplementing their tournament earnings through club positions or exhibitions. Winning at Augusta brought prestige and career benefits beyond the immediate prize money, including more lucrative exhibition opportunities and enhanced reputation. Masters Week was already becoming a signature spring sporting occasion in the American South. The timing in early April coincided with the peak of azalea and dogwood blooms, creating a visual spectacle that complemented the golf. Visitors to Augusta during tournament week experienced not just a championship but a celebration of spring in a region where winter's departure was particularly welcome. The natural beauty became inseparable from the event's identity. Jones and Roberts remained hands-on in organizing the competition and setting traditions that would define the tournament for generations. Their attention to detail extended from course conditioning to spectator experience to the treatment of players. They sought to create an event where champions would want to return year after year, building a sense of continuity and tradition. This long-term thinking helped establish customs and expectations that gave the Masters its distinctive character. Media attention highlighted the course's beauty and strategic design. Writers praised Augusta National's setting and unique challenges, building the tournament's reputation beyond golf circles. Henry Picard's victory demonstrated that different types of players could succeed at Augusta National. While power helped on the par fives, precision iron play and excellent putting were equally important. The course rewarded complete games and punished significant weaknesses. A player might get away with errant drives on the wide fairways, but approaches that missed greens in the wrong spots could lead to bogeys or worse. Similarly, three-putting Augusta's slick, contoured greens was a certain path to high scores. The champions list by 1938 now included names that would be remembered in golf history: Smith, Saracen, Nelson, and Picard. Each had achieved success in major championships beyond Augusta, validating the Masters' field quality and the significance of winning the tournament. The event was attracting proven champions rather than journeymen, which enhanced its credibility as a major championship even before it was formally recognized as such. The tournament's identity continued to evolve with each playing. What had begun as Jones's Invitational was becoming something larger, a championship with its own traditions and mystique. As the 1938 edition concluded with Picard as champion, the tournament looked forward to its next chapters. The sixth tournament at Augusta National in 1939 marked a watershed moment in the event's history, as it became the first year the championship was officially called the Masters Tournament. Bobby Jones had long resisted this name, feeling it sounded presumptuous and immodest, but golf writers and fans had been using it informally for years. The name Masters so perfectly captured the tournament's identity and the mastery required to win at Augusta National that resistance became futile. Jones finally acquiesced, and the Augusta National Invitation Tournament became formally and permanently the Masters Tournament. The renaming from Augusta National Invitation Tournament to Masters reflected the event's growing stature in professional golf. In just 6 years, the tournament had established itself as one of the sport's premier championships, attracting the strongest fields and producing memorable champions and moments. The name change acknowledged what everyone already knew. This was not just another invitational but something special, a gathering of golf's masters on one of the game's masterpiece courses. Ralph Guldall emerged as the 1939 champion, finally claiming a Masters title after his heartbreaking collapse in 1937. Guldall had remained a leading major contender throughout the late 1930s, winning U.S. Open championships and establishing himself among the era's dominant players. His return to Augusta carried the psychological weight of his earlier failure, making his eventual victory particularly satisfying and meaningful. The championship came down to the final holes on Sunday, with Guldall needing to produce excellent golf to claim the title. He shot 3 under par on the back 9 in the final round, displaying the kind of aggressive, confident play that had deserted him 2 years earlier. This Sunday performance erased the memory of his 1937 collapse and proved that he could win at Augusta when the pressure was highest. Guldall's winning margin was a single stroke, continuing the tournament's pattern of producing close, dramatic finishes. The narrow victory required him to execute shots down the stretch with precision and nerve, knowing that any mistake could hand the championship to a challenger. His ability to deliver when it mattered most demonstrated the mental toughness that separated champions from near champions at Augusta National. The early champions list now included Smith, Saracen, Nelson, Picard, and Guldall, each a major winner who had proven themselves on golf's biggest stages. This validation was important for the Masters as it sought recognition alongside the U.S. Open, the British Open, and the PGA Championship as one of golf's 4 major championships. Having a champions roster filled with proven major winners gave weight to claims that the Masters belonged in that elite group. Tournament traditions like the Champions Dinner were still evolving and not yet formalized in 1939. Many of the customs that would later define the Masters experience were works in progress, developing organically as Jones and Clifford Roberts observed what worked and what enhanced the event's special character. The green jacket itself would not be introduced for another decade, though the concept of the Masters champion as part of an exclusive club was already present. The field remained smaller than other majors, an identity characteristic that the Masters would maintain even after being fully recognized as a major championship. Jones and Roberts believed that quality mattered more than quantity, and they preferred a more intimate gathering to a sprawling Open championship. This selectivity meant that making the Masters field carried prestige, and winning the tournament meant defeating a concentrated group of the world's best players. Augusta's challenging green complexes were increasingly recognized as central to scoring swings and championship outcomes. The green's speed and severe contours meant that approach shots had to be precisely controlled not just for distance but for the correct portion of the green. Landing in the wrong area could leave a player 40 feet away from the hole facing a putt that could easily become 3 putts. This premium on precision separated great iron players from merely good ones. Spectator numbers and national coverage kept increasing on the eve of World War II, with more fans making the journey to Georgia each spring to witness the tournament in person. The event was becoming a destination, drawing golf enthusiasts from across the country who wanted to experience Augusta National's beauty and drama firsthand. The intimate setting still allowed close access to players, and the natural terrain provided excellent vantage points for watching the action. The Masters name quickly became standard in press coverage from 1939 onward, with newspapers and magazines dropping the Augusta National Invitation Tournament designation. Writers appreciated the concise, memorable name, and it fit naturally into headlines and articles. The name change also helped distinguish the event from other invitationals, emphasizing its unique status in the golf world. Bobby Jones continued his tradition of competing as an amateur, though his game had deteriorated. Jones was now in his late 30s, affected by early symptoms of disease that would later confine him to a wheelchair. The late 1930s represented a golden age for American golf, with players like Guldall, Nelson, Sam Snead, and others producing exceptional performances. The Masters benefited from this depth of talent. The tournament's early April timing had become entrenched, with players marking this week as a special occasion. As the 1939 Masters concluded with Guldal as champion, the tournament entered the 1940s with strong momentum and clear identity. World events would soon intervene, but the Masters had established itself securely. The seventh playing of the Masters tournament in 1940 introduced the golf world to one of its most colorful and talented champions. Jimmy DeMeritt, a flamboyant professional from Houston, Texas, captured his first green jacket with a performance that showcased both his considerable skills and his unique personality. Though the green jacket itself would not be formally awarded until 1949, DeMeritt's 1940 victory began what would become a distinguished Masters career, eventually leading to 3 titles at Augusta National. DeMeritt brought style to professional golf in ways that transcended his on-course performance. Known for wearing brightly colored clothing long before such fashion became common in golf, DeMeritt stood out in an era when most professionals dressed conservatively in muted tones. His wardrobe choices reflected his personality: outgoing, confident, and willing to challenge conventions. This colorful approach extended to his personality, as DeMeritt was known as a singer and entertainer who could work a crowd as effectively as he could navigate a golf course. Despite the flamboyance, DeMeritt's golf game was fundamentally sound and highly effective. He possessed a stylish, rhythmic swing that produced both power and accuracy. His ball striking was particularly impressive with the longer clubs, allowing him to reach par 5s in 2 shots and set up birdie opportunities that accumulated into winning totals. Equally important was his putting touch, essential for success on Augusta's notoriously fast and contoured greens. DeMeritt's fast-playing approach made him a fan favorite at Augusta and elsewhere. In an era when slow play was less common than it would later become, DeMeritt stood out even among his contemporaries for the brisk pace at which he moved around the course. He assessed situations quickly, made decisions confidently, and executed shots without excessive deliberation. This tempo suited his personality and helped him maintain rhythm and momentum during rounds. The 1940 victory helped establish DeMeritt as one of the top American professionals of the era, a distinction he would maintain throughout the 1940s and into the 1950s. While he would never win a U.S. Open or British Open, his 3 eventual Masters titles would place him among the tournament's most successful champions and cement his legacy in golf history. The 1940 win was the foundation upon which this reputation would be built. The tournament continued in 1940 despite the looming global conflict of World War II. Europe was already at war, though the United States would not enter the conflict until after the Pearl Harbor attack in December 1941. The uncertain international situation cast a shadow over sporting events, but the Masters proceeded with its usual spring celebration, providing a welcome distraction from troubling world news. Course conditions remained central to the Masters challenge, particularly the approach shots that determined scoring. Augusta National's green complexes, with their severe slopes and lightning-fast surfaces, demanded precise distance control and the correct angle of approach. A ball landing on the wrong tier or slope could roll away from the hole, leaving difficult par-saving putts or chips. DeMeritt's ability to control his irons and wedges proved decisive in his victory. The Masters champions by 1940 already represented a mix of shotmakers and power players, demonstrating that different styles could succeed at Augusta National. Horton Smith had won with superior putting, Gene Sarazen with aggressive play and one legendary shot, Byron Nelson with a remarkable comeback, Henry Picard with precise iron play, Ralph Guldal with strong back nine performances, and now Jimmy DeMeritt with stylish, complete golf. This diversity of champions spoke to the course's comprehensive test. The invitational structure allowed Augusta National to curate a strong selective field, bringing together past champions, current stars, leading amateurs, and promising young professionals. This careful curation meant that everyone in the field had earned their invitation through accomplishment or demonstrated potential. The smaller field size compared to open championships created a more intimate competition while maintaining extremely high quality throughout the leaderboard. Prize levels rose gradually but remained modest compared to post-war purses that would come once the economy recovered from Depression-era constraints and wartime restrictions. Professional golf still operated on a relatively small financial scale, with tournament earnings supplemented by club positions, exhibitions, and endorsements. Winning the Masters brought prestige that could be leveraged into these other income streams, making the title valuable beyond the immediate prize money. The tournament's early April timing was becoming deeply entrenched in the golf calendar, with this week representing the spring's first major golf event. Players scheduled their early season preparation with Augusta in mind, arriving in Georgia with their games tuned for the specific demands of this course. The predictable timing allowed fans to plan trips months in advance, building anticipation for the azaleas, the dogwoods, and the drama that accompanied Masters Week. Bobby Jones continued to play, maintaining his tradition of competing in the tournament he had founded. His participation remained symbolically important, connecting the tournament to its founding vision. The early 1940s represented a transitional period in professional golf, with established stars joined by emerging talents. The depth of competition meant that winning required sustained excellence. Media coverage of the Masters continued to expand, with radio broadcasts and newspaper reports bringing the tournament to audiences across America. This coverage helped grow the tournament's reputation and attract larger galleries each year. As the 1940 Masters concluded with Jimmy DeMerit as champion, the tournament faced an uncertain immediate future. The foundation laid during these first 7 years was strong enough to survive the coming interruption. The 8th Masters tournament in 1941 brought redemption to one of the event's most persistent nearly men. Craig Wood, who had finished second to Horton Smith in the inaugural 1934 tournament and second again to Gene Sarazen after the famous double eagle playoff in 1935, finally broke through to claim the championship that had eluded him for so long. Wood's victory represented a triumph of persistence and skill, proving that even after multiple heartbreaks, a player could eventually succeed at Augusta National. Wood had established himself as one of golf's premier professionals throughout the 1930s, winning multiple tour events and consistently contending in major championships. His powerful ball striking and solid all-around game made him a perennial threat at Augusta National, where length off the tee provided advantages on the par fives and scoring opportunities that could be converted into low rounds. Yet despite his obvious talent and suitability for the course, the Masters title had twice slipped away in the most frustrating circumstances. The 1934 loss to Smith had been narrow but straightforward, a one-stroke defeat to a superior performance. The 1935 playoff loss to Sarazen after the famous shot heard round the world carried more sting, as Wood had seemingly done everything necessary to win only to be undone by one of golf's most improbable moments. These near misses might have broken a lesser competitor's spirit, but would return to Augusta year after year, still believing he could conquer this course. The 1941 victory validated Wood's perseverance and ability. At age 39, an age when many golfers of that era were beginning to decline, Wood produced his finest golf at Augusta precisely when some might have thought his opportunities had passed. The win demonstrated that experience and course knowledge could compensate for any marginal loss of physical skills, and that understanding Augusta's subtleties was worth as much as raw power or youth. Wood's performance throughout the 72 holes showed the complete game necessary to win at Augusta National. He drove the ball with his characteristic power, giving himself shorter approaches to the greens and better angles for attacking pins. His iron play was precise, placing balls in the correct portions of the greens where reasonable birdie chances existed without the risk of 3 putts from bad positions. And his putting held firm under pressure, particularly on the final 9 holes when championships are often decided. The tournament still ran in the early years of World War II, before the wartime cancellations that would force a 3-year hiatus from 1943 through 1945. The international situation was growing increasingly tense, with the United States moving closer to full involvement in the global conflict. Nevertheless, the 1941 Masters proceeded as a welcome respite from troubling world events, offering a few days when golf could claim attention and provide entertainment. Augusta National's reputation as a shotmaker's course was firmly in place by 1941, demanding precise execution of a full range of shots rather than simply length. The Masters was now consistently recognized as one of golf's most important events, with leading professionals scheduling their springs around the tournament and considering a victory at Augusta among the highest achievements in the sport. The field included Demerit, the defending champion, Byron Nelson, Sam Snead, and other leading professionals who again populated the leaderboard. Wood's ability to defeat this caliber of competition added significance to his long-awaited victory. Tournament operations were streamlined despite wartime resource constraints that were beginning to emerge even before American entry into the war. Rationing and material shortages would become severe in coming years. But in 1941, the effects were still manageable. Jones and Clifford Roberts worked to maintain the tournament's standards and traditions even as the broader world faced disruption and uncertainty. National radio and print coverage continued to enhance the Masters brand, bringing the tournament to audiences who could not travel to Georgia. Radio broadcasts allowed fans across the country to follow the action in near real time, hearing descriptions of shots and getting score updates as the championship unfolded. This technology helped create a national and even international following for the Masters, expanding its reach beyond the thousands who could attend in person. Craig Wood's victory completed a redemption arc that made for compelling storytelling. The narrative of persistence through disappointment, of returning year after year despite heartbreak, resonated with fans who appreciated his refusal to give up on Augusta. His eventual triumph felt earned and deserved, a just reward for talent and determination finally coming together at the right moment. The 1941 Masters would be the last played for 4 years, as world events would soon intervene to halt the tournament. This made Wood's victory bittersweet in retrospect, as no one could know when the Masters would resume or which players would return after the war. Some leading professionals would serve in the military, others would be affected by wartime schedule changes and restrictions, and the entire golf world would be disrupted by global conflict. Bobby Jones played in the 1941 event, though his deteriorating health made competition difficult. His presence linked the event to its founding vision. The champions list through 1941 included names that would endure in golf history: Smith, Saracen, Nelson, Picard, Guldall, Demerit, and now Wood. Each had proven themselves at Augusta and in other major championships, validating the Masters as a worthy peer to the US Open, British Open, and PGA Championship. When the tournament resumed after the war, it would build on this foundation of champions and tradition. As the 1941 Masters concluded with Craig Wood finally earning his green jacket, the tournament entered a period of uncertainty. The foundation was strong, the traditions were forming, and the champions were worthy. The 9th Masters tournament in 1942 would be the last played for nearly 4 years, as World War II would force the event into hibernation from 1943 through 1945. This final pre-war Masters produced a championship match between 2 players who would become recognized as among golf's all-time greats, Byron Nelson and Ben Hogan. meeting in a playoff that showcased their contrasting styles and mutual excellence. The tournament's dramatic finish provided a fitting conclusion to the Masters' initial chapter before the wartime pause. Byron Nelson came into the 1942 Masters with his game in excellent form. Already a major champion after winning at Augusta in 1937 and claiming other significant titles, Nelson's swing was famous for its consistency and reliability, built on fundamentally sound mechanics that produced remarkably similar results shot after shot. His ball striking allowed him to control distance precisely, a crucial skill on Augusta's demanding approach shots to elevated, contoured greens. Ben Hogan was still establishing himself among golf's elite in 1942, though his work ethic and determination were already legendary within professional golf circles. Hogan practiced with an intensity that few could match, hitting ball after ball in pursuit of the perfect swing and complete control over his shots. His meticulous preparation and strategic thinking made him a formidable competitor even before he reached his absolute peak in the late 1940s and early 1950s. The 72-hole regulation play ended with Nelson and Hogan tied at the top of the leaderboard, forcing an 18-hole playoff to determine the champion. In that era, Masters playoffs were contested over a full round rather than the sudden death format that would be adopted in later years. This gave both players a complete test and ensured that the champion would be determined by sustained excellence rather than a few decisive holes. The playoff showcased two all-time greats going head-to-head at the peak of their powers, the kind of confrontation that golf fans treasure. Nelson and Hogan represented different approaches to golf excellence. Nelson's natural rhythm and fluid swing contrasted with Hogan's manufactured precision and iron will. Yet both produced exceptional golf, and the playoff remained close throughout as neither player could establish a commanding advantage. Nelson ultimately prevailed in the playoff, capturing his second Masters title to add to his 1937 victory. The win gave Nelson multiple green jackets in later retrospective terms, once the tradition was established in 1949. His ability to perform under the intense pressure of a major championship playoff against a rival of Hogan's caliber demonstrated Nelson's mental toughness and competitive excellence. For Ben Hogan, the playoff loss was disappointing but not defining. He would return to Augusta after the war to win his own Masters titles and establish himself as one of the greatest players in golf history. The 1942 playoff represented an early chapter in what would become a storied career, a near miss that motivated rather than discouraged him. Hogan's time at Augusta would come, and when it did, he would prove himself a worthy champion. This was the last Masters held before a wartime pause that would suspend the tournament for 3 years. The attack on Pearl Harbor had occurred just 4 months earlier, bringing the United States fully into the global conflict. Many leading professionals, including Nelson and Hogan, were soon affected by wartime service or schedule changes. Some entered military service directly, others contributed to the war effort in different capacities, and virtually all saw their competitive schedules disrupted by the demands of total war. Professional golf continued in limited form during the war years, but major championships were suspended as inappropriate and impractical during such serious times. The early 1940s performances by Nelson and Hogan helped elevate both players' major profiles and establish them as central figures in golf's narrative. Their playoff at Augusta in 1942 became part of golf lore, a preview of greatness that would fully manifest in the post-war years. Future golf fans would look back on this playoff as an early collision between titans, a moment when two of the game's finest met in championship combat. Augusta National's operations would pivot to wartime uses after the 1942 event. The club contributed to the war effort in various ways, including using portions of the property for agricultural purposes. Turkey and cattle farming took place on grounds that normally hosted golf, a practical if unglamorous use of the land during a time when food production was a national priority. The course itself fell into relative disrepair without regular maintenance and play. The Masters' continuity from 1934 through 1942 set a strong foundation despite the impending gap. 9 tournaments had been played, establishing traditions, creating memorable moments, and producing a worthy list of champions. The event had achieved recognition as one of golf's premier championships, and this reputation would survive the wartime hiatus and emerge even stronger when play resumed in 1946. The playoff format demonstrated that Augusta could produce dramatic, historic finishes even in head-to-head confrontations between elite players. The one-on-one nature of a playoff stripped away the large field variables and created pure competition between the 2 players who had performed best over 72 holes. Nelson's victory over Hogan in this format carried particular weight, as it left no doubt about who had played superior golf when everything was on the line. The 1942 tournament field represented the last gathering of pre-war professional golf's leading figures before the long interruption. As the Byron Nelson and Ben Hogan playoff concluded with Nelson's victory, the Masters entered its wartime suspension. The world faced challenges that made golf seem trivial. That the Masters would survive and thrive after the war was a testament to the vision of Bobby Jones and Clifford Roberts. The years 1943, 1944, and 1945 saw no official Masters tournaments held at Augusta National Golf Club. World War II had fully engulfed the globe, demanding total commitment from the United States and its allies in the struggle against Axis powers. Professional sports, including golf, took a back seat to the war effort as young men served in the military. Resources were directed to defense production, and the nation focused on victory rather than entertainment. Augusta National itself transformed during the war years, with parts of the property used for turkey and cattle farming. The golf course fell into relative neglect without regular play and intensive maintenance. Bobby Jones himself was too old for military service and in increasingly poor health due to the progressive neurological disease affecting him. But he contributed to the war effort in other ways and supported the decision to suspend the Masters. Jones understood that golf tournaments were inappropriate during such serious times, and that Augusta National's resources could better serve the nation through agricultural use than by hosting a sporting event. His leadership ensured that the club navigated the war years with dignity and purpose. Clifford Roberts also supported the suspension and managed Augusta National's affairs during the difficult war years. Roberts worked to keep the club viable financially while minimizing expenses and contributing to wartime needs. His business acumen and careful stewardship ensured that Augusta National would survive the war in a position to resume both club operations and the Masters tournament when peace returned. Many of the professional golfers who had competed in Masters tournaments before the war served in various military capacities. Ben Hogan served in the Army Air Forces, though not in combat roles. Byron Nelson, who had hemophilia and was therefore medically ineligible for military service, contributed through exhibitions and war bond drives while continuing to play tournament golf in limited wartime events. Sam Snead served in the Navy, and numerous other professionals either served directly or contributed to morale through golf exhibitions at military installations. The professional golf tour continued in limited form during the war years, with reduced schedules, smaller purses, and depleted fields. Major championships were suspended across golf, with the US Open, British Open, and PGA Championship all on hiatus along with the Masters. This interruption meant that an entire generation of golfers lost prime competitive years to the war, with some never fully recovering their form after military service and lost practice time. The absence of the Masters from 1943 through 1945 represented a significant gap in the tournament's early history. After building momentum through 9 successful playings from 1934 through 1942, The event went dormant just as it was establishing itself among golf's premier championships. Whether the Masters could recapture its magic after such a long interruption remained an open question as the war dragged on. As the war in Europe concluded with Germany's surrender in May 1945, followed by Japan's surrender in August after the atomic bombings, attention could finally turn to peacetime pursuits. The challenge of demobilizing millions of service members, reconverting industry to civilian production, and rebuilding war-torn regions dominated the immediate post-war period. Yet there was also hunger for normalcy, including the return of sporting events and recreational activities that had been suspended during the conflict. Planning for the 1946 Masters began as soon as victory was assured. Jones and Roberts understood that resuming the tournament required more than simply scheduling dates and inviting players. The course needed significant restoration after 3 years of agricultural use and minimal maintenance. Turf had to be re-established, bunkers rebuilt, greens restored to their pre-war condition, and the entire property brought back to championship standards. The work proceeded through late 1945 and early 1946, with Augusta National's grounds crew racing to prepare the course for an April tournament date. The task was substantial, requiring both skilled labor and materials that were still in short supply immediately after the war. Nevertheless, the commitment to resume the Masters in 1946 drove the effort forward, and the course gradually returned to playable condition. The anticipation for the 1946 Masters was intense. The tournament represented not just the return of an important championship but a symbol of peacetime restoration. Players who had served in the military were returning to professional golf, some after years away from competitive play. They would need to shake off rust, regain tournament sharpness, and adapt to courses and conditions that might seem unfamiliar after long absences. The 1946 Masters would test not just current form but also these players' ability to recapture their pre-war excellence. The hiatus from 1943 through 1945 represented both a challenge and an opportunity for the Masters. The challenge was resuming after such a long gap and proving that the tournament's pre-war success could be sustained. The opportunity was to embrace the post-war era's optimism and growth, positioning the Masters for expansion and increasing prominence in the years ahead. As 1946 approached, Augusta National prepared to welcome back golf's best players. The course, restored from its wartime duties, would once again host championship golf. The azaleas would bloom as always, and the Masters would resume its place on the golf calendar, ready to write new chapters in its growing history. The Masters returned in 1946 after a 3-year wartime hiatus, and the tournament's resumption symbolized golf's and Augusta's post-war revival. The course had been restored from its wartime agricultural uses, with the grounds crew working through late 1945 and early 1946 to bring the property back to championship standards. The azaleas bloomed as brilliantly as ever, indifferent to the years of war and the human struggles that had kept golf away from Augusta National. Hermann Kaiser emerged as the 1946 champion in what many considered a notable upset victory. Kaiser was a capable professional but not among the marquee names in golf at that time. His victory demonstrated that Augusta National's demands could trip up favorites and reward players who navigated the course's challenges most effectively over 72 holes, regardless of reputation or pre-tournament expectations. Ben Hogan finished as runner-up, continuing a pattern of near misses at Augusta that would characterize much of his relationship with the tournament. Hogan had lost the 1942 playoff to Byron Nelson and now found himself one shot short again. His game seemed ideally suited to Augusta's demands for precision and control, yet the championship continued to elude him. This near miss foreshadowed Hogan's later Masters successes while also establishing his reputation for runner-up finishes at this particular venue. Kaiser's victory over Hogan added drama to the tournament's return. Hogan was the pre-tournament favorite and the player most expected to claim the first post-war Masters title. That Kaiser held him off in the final round made for compelling storytelling and demonstrated that Augusta National remained unpredictable, capable of producing surprising champions even when the favorites played well. Attendance and interest were remarkably strong despite the years without play. Golf fans had missed the Masters during the war, and the pent-up demand for the tournament's return produced galleries that matched or exceeded pre-war numbers. The crowd's enthusiasm reflected both love of golf and appreciation for the return to peacetime pursuits after years of war, rationing, and sacrifice. The course restoration after its wartime agricultural uses had been successful, returning Augusta National to the pristine condition that Jones and Clifford Roberts demanded. The turf that had been damaged or removed for turkey and cattle farming had been re-established. Bunkers that had eroded were rebuilt. Greens that had suffered from minimal maintenance were restored to their proper speed and contour. The work represented a significant investment and effort, but the result justified the commitment. By 1946, the Masters was firmly considered one of golf's major championships, joining the US Open, British Open, and PGA Championship in that elite group. The tournament had achieved this status through its first 9 playings from 1934 through 1942, building a reputation for strong fields, dramatic finishes, and a course that tested the complete games of the world's best players. The 3-year gap had not diminished this standing. Prize money and commercial interest began to grow more quickly in the post-war economy as American prosperity accelerated. The war's end brought economic expansion, rising incomes, and increased leisure time, all of which benefited professional golf. Tournament purses that had been constrained by Depression-era economics and wartime restrictions could now grow, and the Masters participated in this general trend toward larger prizes and greater commercial support. Hogan's near miss in 1946 became part of his Augusta legacy, which would eventually include both victories and a remarkable number of second-place finishes. His meticulous approach to golf and his determination to master every aspect of the game made him a perennial contender at Augusta, even when the title itself proved elusive. The 1946 runner-up finish was just the beginning of this complicated relationship between Hogan and the Masters. The Masters traditions, including the invitational field structure and course setup philosophy, resumed largely intact after the wartime interruption. Jones and Roberts had preserved the tournament's essential character through the war years, and the 1946 resumption felt like a natural continuation rather than a restart. The patterns established before the war carried forward, ensuring continuity and maintaining the Masters' distinctive identity. Bobby Jones played in the 1946 Masters, though his participation was becoming increasingly difficult due to his progressive neurological disease. His presence remained symbolically important, connecting the post-war tournament to its founding vision and to Jones's own remarkable career. Even as his playing ability declined, Jones's involvement as host and guardian of the tournament's traditions ensured that Augusta National maintained its connection to golf's amateur ideals and its roots in Jones's vision. The 1946 Masters proved that the tournament could survive a long interruption and return stronger than before. The successful resumption positioned the Masters for the prosperous decades ahead, when it would grow into perhaps golf's most prestigious and tradition-rich championship. Kaiser's upset victory, Hogan's continued pursuit of the title, and the enthusiastic reception from players and fans all confirmed that the Masters had weathered the war and emerged ready for its greatest chapters yet to come. As the 1946 edition concluded, the tournament looked forward to annual continuity once again. The wartime gap was behind them, the course was restored, and golf's best players were returning to competitive form. The Masters was back, and Augusta National would once again host the spring gathering that had become essential to golf's calendar and identity. The 1947 Masters was the 11th tournament in the event's history, played April 3rd through 6th at Augusta National. Jimmy DeMerit returned to championship form, capturing his second green jacket with a total score of 281, 7 under par. This victory added to his 1940 triumph and established DeMerit as one of the tournament's early multiple winners, a distinction that carried significant prestige in the Masters' developing history. DeMerit's performance throughout the week showcased remarkable consistency and control. He posted under par rounds all 4 days, shooting 69, 71, 70, and 71. This steady excellence marked the first time in Masters history that a champion had broken par in every round of the tournament. The achievement demonstrated DeMerit's ability to maintain focus and execute quality golf over the full 72 holes without a single lapse into over-par territory. The consistency extended beyond just breaking par each day. DeMerit led or co-led the tournament after every round, never trailing from start to finish. This wire-to-wire performance reflected both his excellent play and his ability to handle the pressure of defending a lead at Augusta National, where so many leads had evaporated over the back nine on Sunday. DeMerit's calm demeanor and experience served him well in maintaining his advantage. Byron Nelson and amateur Frank Stranahan tied for second place, finishing 2 shots behind DeMerit. Nelson, the 2-time Masters champion from 1937 and 1942, remained a formidable presence at Augusta even as younger players began to emerge. His runner-up finish demonstrated that he could still contend at the highest level, though he would not add another Masters title to his resume. Frank Stranahan's second-place finish was particularly notable as the first time an amateur had finished runner-up at the Masters. Stranahan was one of the finest amateur golfers of the post-war era, known for his powerful physique developed through weight training, which was unusual for golfers of that time. His performance at Augusta validated his status among the amateur elite and showed that amateurs could still compete with professionals at major championships. The purse for the 1947 Masters was $10,000, with DeMerit's winner's share being $2,500. While these amounts seem modest by modern standards, they represented respectable prize money for the late 1940s. The gradual increase in purses reflected golf's growing commercial appeal and the post-war economic expansion that was lifting incomes and leisure spending across American society. Bobby Jones played for the second-to-last time in a Masters, finishing near the bottom of the field. His deteriorating health made competitive golf increasingly difficult, but he maintained his tradition of playing as long as physically possible. Jones's presence remained important for the tournament's identity and connection to its founding vision, even as his role evolved from competitor to elder statesman and guardian of Augusta's traditions. Former tennis star Ellsworth Vines appeared in the field, one of 3 Masters tournaments he would play during his brief golf career. Vines had been a dominant tennis player in the early 1930s before turning professional in that sport and later attempting to transition to professional golf. His presence at Augusta illustrated the tournament's willingness to invite accomplished athletes from other sports, adding variety and interest to the field. DeMerit's second Masters victory reinforced his reputation as one of the era's finest players and an Augusta specialist. His 3 eventual Masters titles would stand as a record until later champions surpassed it, and his colorful personality and stylish play made him one of the tournament's most memorable early champions. The 1947 win was central to building this legacy. The tournament demonstrated that the Masters had successfully resumed after the war and was maintaining the high standards and dramatic competition that had characterized its pre-war playings. Strong fields, quality golf, and Augusta's challenging course combined to produce championships worthy of the event's growing reputation. The post-war Masters was living up to expectations and building momentum for future growth. The scoring conditions and course setup in 1947 reflected Augusta's philosophy of rewarding excellent play while punishing mistakes. Demerit's ability to avoid bogeys and accumulate birdies gradually over 4 rounds illustrated the patient, strategic approach that often succeeded at Augusta. The course demanded both aggressive play on scoring opportunities and conservative wisdom on holes where par represented a good result. The tournament also highlighted how Augusta's design allowed for multiple routes to success. Some players attacked aggressively, trying to make birdies on par 5s and short par 4s. Others played more conservatively, accepting pars on difficult holes while capitalizing on the easier scoring opportunities. Demerit's style fell somewhere between these extremes, aggressive when the situation warranted but patient enough to avoid forcing shots that might lead to big numbers. The field quality in 1947 reflected the strengthening depth of professional golf in the post-war era. Many talented players were finding their form after wartime interruptions, and the competition for spots at the top of leaderboards was intensifying. This rising tide lifted all tournaments, but particularly benefited prestigious events like the Masters that attracted the strongest fields. As the 1947 Masters concluded with Demerit as champion, the tournament continued its pattern of producing worthy winners and memorable competition. The return to peacetime golf was proceeding smoothly, with strong fields and enthusiastic galleries confirming the Masters' place among golf's premier events. The foundation laid before the war was supporting successful post-war growth. The 1948 Masters was the 12th playing of the event at Augusta National, and it produced a champion who represented an increasingly rare breed in professional golf. Claude Harmon won his only Masters title and only major championship that year, adding another new name to the still short list of Augusta champions. Harmon's victory was particularly notable because he was known primarily as a club professional rather than a full-time touring professional. The distinction between club professionals and tour professionals was more significant in the 1940s than it would become in later decades. Club professionals earned their primary income from teaching, running golf shops, and serving members of private clubs, with tournament play being a secondary pursuit. Tour professionals, by contrast, focused primarily on competitive golf and traveled the professional circuit full-time. Harmon's background as a club professional made his major championship victory all the more impressive. Harmon was the head professional at Winged Foot Golf Club in New York, a prestigious position at one of America's finest golf courses. His teaching skills and club management abilities were well regarded, and he would later become famous as the father of 4 sons who all became prominent teaching professionals. Butch Harmon, in particular, would gain renown as Tiger Woods' swing coach during Tiger's dominant years. The 1948 victory highlighted that club professionals could still compete with touring professionals at major championships when conditions aligned. This represented a continuation of golf's traditions from earlier eras when the line between club pros and tournament players was less distinct. By winning at Augusta, Harmon demonstrated that fundamental golf skills and course management could overcome any disadvantage from playing fewer competitive rounds than full-time tour players. Jimmy Demerit, the defending champion, did not repeat his 1947 victory, preventing what would have been the tournament's first back-to-back champion. The difficulty of successfully defending at Augusta was already becoming apparent, as the course's demands and the strength of the fields made consecutive victories extremely challenging. Only later champions would manage this difficult feat. Ben Hogan and other leading professionals again populated the contending group, though none could match Harmon's performance that week. Hogan's continued presence near the top of Masters leaderboards reflected his persistent pursuit of the championship that had twice eluded him by narrow margins. His time would come, but 1948 belonged to Harmon. Augusta National continued to refine its course conditioning and setup in the late 1940s, building on the experience of the pre-war tournaments and the lessons learned from the first post-war years. Jones and Clifford Roberts remained deeply involved in every detail of course preparation, ensuring that Augusta presented a consistent test that rewarded quality golf while punishing mistakes. Media coverage increasingly focused on the strategic demands of specific holes, particularly the famous Amen corner stretch of holes 11 through 13. Writers and broadcasters found that explaining Augusta's strategic choices and risk-reward decisions helped audiences understand and appreciate the tournament more deeply. This educational approach to coverage would become a hallmark of Masters broadcasting in later decades. The champions list by 1948 now included Demerit, Sam Snead, Byron Nelson, Henry Pickard, Ralph Goldall, Harmon, and others who had proven themselves at Augusta and in other major championships. This roster of winners validated the Masters status among golf's most important events and demonstrated that winning at Augusta required genuine championship-caliber golf. Harmon's victory also illustrated Augusta National's capacity to produce surprising champions who might not have been pre-tournament favorites but who played superior golf when it mattered most. This unpredictability added to the tournament's appeal, as fans and media could never be certain which players would rise to the occasion and claim the green jacket. The tournament's identity as both elite and accessible was taking shape during this period. Elite in the sense that only invited players competed and the course demanded the highest level of skill, yet accessible in that club professionals like Harmon could still contend against and defeat the touring elite. This balance between exclusivity and meritocracy became part of the Masters' mystique. The course setup and conditioning in 1948 continued the high standards established in previous years. Augusta's greens were maintained at speeds that tested even the finest putters, and the strategic hole locations required careful thought about angles of approach and safe miss areas. The tournament committee's attention to these details ensured consistent quality year after year. The galleries at the 1948 Masters appreciated witnessing Harmon's unexpected victory, demonstrating that golf fans valued compelling storylines as much as seeing established stars win. The narrative of a club professional defeating the touring elite resonated with spectators and added human interest to the championship beyond just scoring and technique. The late 1940s represented a transition period in professional golf, with established stars from the pre-war years like Demerit, Nelson, and Snead still competitive but younger players beginning to emerge who would dominate the 1950s. Hogan was entering his peak years, and the depth of professional golf was improving steadily. As the 1948 Masters concluded with Claude Harmon as champion, the tournament continued building its reputation and traditions. Harmon's unlikely victory demonstrated that Augusta could still surprise and delight, producing champions from unexpected quarters and maintaining the competitive uncertainty that made championship golf compelling. The 1949 Masters was the 13th tournament at Augusta National, and it marked a watershed moment in the event's history with the introduction of the iconic green jacket. Sam Snead won his first Masters title that year, beginning what would become an eventual three-championship run at Augusta. But the tournament is equally remembered for establishing the tradition that would become the most recognizable symbol in golf: the green jacket awarded to the champion. The Masters Tournament Committee decided in 1949 that the champion would be formally awarded a green jacket in a presentation ceremony. The jacket itself was not new to Augusta National. Members of the club had been wearing green jackets since 1937 as a way to identify themselves to patrons who might have questions during tournament week. But the extension of this tradition to champions created an instant icon. The green jacket presentation ceremony quickly became one of the most anticipated moments in golf. The previous year's champion would help the new winner into the jacket in a symbolic passing of the torch that emphasized continuity and tradition. This simple ritual captured imaginations and gave the Masters a distinctive prize that no other tournament could replicate. While other championships awarded trophies, the Masters offered something uniquely wearable and personal. Green jackets were also retroactively given to previous Masters champions, ensuring that all winners from Horton Smith in 1934 forward would be part of this exclusive club. The retroactive awards demonstrated the tournament's respect for its history and its desire to honor all champions equally, regardless of when they won. This gesture helped unite past and present champions in a shared tradition. Sam Snead's 1949 victory was the first to receive this formal jacket presentation, making him the inaugural recipient in what would become golf's most exclusive club. Snead was already one of the game's dominant players, known for his beautiful, rhythmic swing and powerful ball striking. His Masters victory added a major championship to a resume that would eventually include 3 green jackets and 7 major titles overall. The win began Snead's eventual 3-time champion record at Augusta, with victories in 1949, 1952, and 1954. This success established Snead as one of the tournament's early specialists, a player whose game particularly suited Augusta's demands. His combination of power and touch, especially his excellent bunker play and putting, made him a perennial threat at the Masters. The Masters field remained invitation only in 1949, maintaining the smaller field size that distinguished it from other major championships. This exclusivity meant that earning an invitation carried prestige, and winning the tournament meant defeating a concentrated collection of the world's best players. The selective approach reinforced the Masters' identity as something special and different. The green jacket tradition quickly became one of the most recognizable symbols in all of sports, let alone golf. The story of the jacket circulated in national media, capturing public imagination and adding to the Masters' mystique. Fans who might never play golf or attend the tournament could still recognize the green jacket and understand its significance. This broad cultural penetration elevated the Masters beyond a mere sporting event. Spectator interest surged as the green jacket story spread through newspapers, magazines, and radio broadcasts. The visual symbol gave journalists and broadcasters a hook for stories about the tournament, and the ceremony provided a photogenic moment that could be captured and shared widely. The Masters had found a branding element that would serve it for generations. Course setup in 1949 continued to emphasize precision iron play and short game skill. Augusta's greens were maintained at speeds that tested even the best putters, and the contours meant that approach shots had to find the correct portion of the green to leave makeable birdie chances. Snead's excellent all-around game, particularly his touch around the greens, proved ideal for these demands. The late 1940s Masters tournaments were establishing patterns and traditions that would endure for decades. The green jacket ceremony, the invitational field, the early April timing, the beautiful setting among azaleas and pines, and the challenging course all combined to create a unique event with a distinctive identity. Each element reinforced the others, building a cohesive tournament experience. Snead's victory in 1949 capped a successful decade for the Masters in overcoming the wartime interruption and re-establishing itself among golf's premier events. The tournament had resumed successfully, attracted strong fields, produced worthy champions, and now had added the green jacket tradition that would become its signature. The foundation for future greatness was firmly in place. As the 1949 Masters concluded with Snead donning the first formally awarded green jacket, the tournament entered the 1950s with momentum and clear identity. The jacket tradition would prove to be a masterstroke of tournament branding, creating an instantly recognizable symbol that elevated the Masters above other championships. Golf had many trophies, but only one green jacket. The decision to award green jackets was made after careful consideration of how to distinguish the Masters from other events. They wanted something unique and memorable that would connect champions across different eras and create a sense of belonging to an exclusive fraternity. The green jacket accomplished all of this and more, becoming perhaps the most recognizable prize in all of sports. The jacket itself was tailored specifically for each champion, with the Augusta National logo on the breast pocket. Winners were expected to leave their jackets at the club after their championship year, though they could wear them during Masters Week in subsequent years. This tradition meant that the jackets remained associated with Augusta National rather than becoming scattered around the world. The 1950 Masters was the 14th edition of the tournament, played April 6th through 9th at Augusta National. Jimmy Demaret captured his third green jacket with a score of 283, 5 under par, becoming the first three-time Masters champion in the process. This achievement placed Demaret in exclusive company and established a benchmark that would stand until later champions matched or exceeded his total. Demaret's 3 Masters titles came in 1940, 1947, and 1950, spanning a full decade and demonstrating sustained excellence at Augusta National. This consistency over time proved that his success was not a brief peak but rather a genuine mastery of the course's demands. Few players in any era could claim 3 victories at a single major championship, and Demaret's achievement elevated his standing in golf history. The 1950 victory showcased Demaret's strategic acumen and course management skills in spectacular fashion. He played the par 5 13th hole, known as Azalea, in 6 under par for the week, with 2 eagles and 2 birdies. This dominant performance on a single hole highlighted how crucial the par 5s were to scoring at Augusta and how Demaret's power and accuracy allowed him to take advantage of these scoring opportunities. The 13th hole would become one of Augusta's most famous and pivotal holes, a par 5 that doglegged left around Rays Creek and demanded both length and precision. Players who could successfully attack this hole in 2 shots gained significant advantages, but the risk of finding the creek or the trees made the aggressive play dangerous. Demaret's exceptional week on 13 demonstrated the rewards available to players who executed the risky play successfully. Demaret's performance on the 13th also illustrated a broader strategic truth about Augusta National. Certain holes offered disproportionate scoring opportunities, and champions typically excelled on these key holes. The par 5s in particular allowed players to make up ground quickly with eagles and birdies, and managing these holes well often determined championship outcomes. His 3 Masters titles set an early benchmark for multiple winners at Augusta. Only Sam Snead would match Demaret's 3 victories in the early years, and the standard they set would challenge future generations. The achievement demonstrated that Augusta National's demands, while comprehensive, could be mastered by players who understood the course deeply and played to its unique characteristics. Demaret ultimately won 31 PGA Tour events during his professional career, a total that ranked him among the era's most successful players. His 3 Masters titles represented the crowning achievements of this successful career, and his association with Augusta National remained strong throughout his life. The tournament and Demaret became linked in golf's collective memory. Known for his colorful personality and sartorial flair, Demaret helped popularize the Masters with casual fans who might not follow golf closely otherwise. His willingness to wear bright colors and his engaging demeanor made him a favorite with galleries and media alike. This personality combined with championship-caliber golf made Demaret an ideal ambassador for the growing tournament. The tournament by 1950 was clearly entrenched as a premier event on the professional golf calendar. Players scheduled their springs around Augusta, and winning the Masters had become one of golf's highest honors. The combination of the challenging course, the beautiful setting, the selective field, and growing traditions like the Green Jacket ceremony all contributed to the Masters' special status. The 1950s would see further dominance at Augusta by players like Snead and particularly Ben Hogan, who would finally break through for his first Masters title the following year. But Demaret's 1950 victory and third Green Jacket represented the culmination of one player's exceptional relationship with the tournament and the course. Prize money and commercial support continued growing as the American post-war economic boom accelerated. Professional golf benefited from rising incomes, increased leisure time, and growing interest in sports generally. The Masters participated in this expansion while maintaining its distinctive character and refusing to simply chase size or commercial appeal at the expense of tradition. The course conditioning and setup in 1950 reflected Augusta's ongoing refinement of its championship test. Jones and Clifford Roberts remained deeply involved in every detail, ensuring that the course presented consistent challenges while allowing for exceptional performances like Demerit's dominance on the 13th hole. The balance between difficulty and scoring opportunity was carefully calibrated. As the 1950 Masters concluded with Demerit as the first three-time champion, the tournament looked toward the second half of the century with confidence and momentum. The event had established itself firmly among golf's majors, created distinctive traditions, and produced a roster of champions that validated its status. The 1950s would bring new stars and memorable moments. The significance of Demerit's third victory demonstrated that certain players could develop such deep understanding of Augusta National that they could return year after year with realistic championship hopes. This pattern would repeat throughout Masters history, with multiple champions like Nicklaus, Palmer, and Woods proving that Augusta expertise accumulated over time could be decisive. The tournament's growth trajectory in the early 1950s reflected both the quality of the championship and the post-war boom in American golf generally. More people were playing golf, and professional golf was attracting larger galleries and greater media attention. The 1951 Masters was the 15th tournament at Augusta National, and it brought Ben Hogan his first green jacket after years of near misses and frustration. Hogan had finished second in 1946 to Herman Kaiser and lost the 1942 playoff to Byron Nelson, making this victory particularly sweet after multiple heartbreaks. The win added the Masters to Hogan's growing collection of major championships and validated his status as one of golf's all-time greats. The early 1950s represented the peak of Hogan's legendary career, a period when he played perhaps the finest golf anyone had ever seen. He had survived a near-fatal car accident in February 1949 that left him with severe injuries and doctors initially doubting he would walk again, let alone play competitive golf. His return to championship form represented one of sport's greatest comebacks. Hogan's game was built on meticulous preparation, relentless practice, and an almost scientific approach to golf course management. He studied courses intensely, plotting strategies for each hole and each possible pin position. At Augusta National, his precise ball striking allowed him to attack pins that other players had to play away from, and his ability to control trajectory and spin made him especially effective on the demanding green complexes. The 1951 victory was particularly meaningful because it came at Augusta National, a course Hogan deeply respected and where his skills seemed ideally suited. The course's demand for accuracy over pure distance, its premium on iron play and approach shots, and the need for strategic thinking over aggressive power all played to Hogan's strengths. That he had come so close before without winning made the breakthrough especially satisfying. Hogan's precise ball striking was legendary among his peers and remains a benchmark for excellence in golf. He hit the ball exactly where he intended with remarkable consistency, controlling not just direction but also trajectory, spin, and distance. This control allowed him to place approach shots in the precise portions of Augusta's greens where birdie opportunities existed without the risk of three-putting from bad positions. The win positioned Hogan alongside other multiple major champions who had conquered Augusta's demanding layout. By adding the Masters to his U.S. Open titles and other major victories, Hogan was building a resume that would place him among golf's immortals. The Masters victory filled a gap in his major championship collection and proved he could win on any type of course. The Masters continued to refine its field criteria during this period, focusing on champions and top performers from various tours and amateur competitions. The invitation process ensured a high-quality field while maintaining the intimate atmosphere that distinguished the Masters from larger Open championships. Quality over quantity remained the guiding principle. Prize money and media coverage continued to rise throughout the early 1950s as professional golf's commercial appeal grew. Television was beginning to show interest in golf, though comprehensive live coverage remained years away. Radio broadcasts and newspaper coverage brought the tournament to audiences across America and increasingly around the world. Hogan's success at Augusta helped elevate the Masters' prestige internationally. As one of golf's most famous and respected players, his victory brought attention from fans and media in countries where the Masters might not have been well known. His global reputation helped spread awareness of the tournament and its significance. The early 1950s featured alternating success by different champions, with no single player dominating the tournament year after year. This competitive balance kept the Masters compelling and unpredictable, as fans could never be certain which player would rise to the occasion in any given year. The depth of quality in professional golf meant that many players had realistic championship chances. Hogan's triumph also demonstrated the importance of persistence at Augusta National. After the disappointments of 1942 and 1946, a lesser competitor might have developed psychological barriers about winning at this particular venue. Hogan instead used those near misses as motivation, working even harder to understand the course and prepare himself for another opportunity. The course setup in 1951 rewarded Hogan's style of play, with firm greens demanding precise distance control and strategic hole locations requiring players to think carefully about angles of approach. Augusta's ability to identify and reward complete games while exposing weaknesses made it a worthy major championship venue. As the 1951 Masters concluded with Ben Hogan finally earning his green jacket, the tournament had crowned another worthy champion and added another chapter to its growing history. Hogan's name on the trophy validated the Masters as a championship that attracted and rewarded the game's finest players. His victory began what would become a distinguished relationship between Hogan and Augusta National, with more green jackets to follow in the years ahead. The victory also represented a personal milestone for Hogan beyond just the championship itself. After the devastating car accident and the long recovery process, each major championship victory took on additional meaning as validation that he had truly returned to his pre-accident form. The Masters win proved that Hogan could still compete at the highest level and win golf's most prestigious events. The tournament's prestige continued growing through the early 1950s, with each year adding to the Masters' mystique and tradition. The combination of challenging golf, beautiful setting, selective field, and distinctive customs like the green jacket ceremony created an event that transcended mere sporting competition and became a cultural institution. Hogan's methodical approach to golf and his scientific study of Augusta National set a template that future champions would follow. His detailed preparation, strategic course management, and precise execution under pressure became the gold standard for Masters success. Players who could emulate these qualities had the best chances of winning at Augusta. The 1952 Masters was the 16th tournament in Augusta's history, and it brought Sam Snead his second green jacket to add to his 1949 victory. This triumph demonstrated Snead's sustained excellence at Augusta National and his ability to contend year after year at the highest level. The early 1950s thus featured alternating success by two of golf's greatest players, Snead and Ben Hogan, who would dominate the Masters during this golden era. Snead's game remained in peak form as the 1950s began. His beautiful, rhythmic swing produced both power and accuracy, allowing him to compete effectively even as golf equipment and course setups evolved. The natural athleticism and hand-eye coordination that made him one of golf's finest ball strikers showed no signs of diminishing, and his competitive fire burned as hot as ever. By this point in his career, Snead was recognized as one of golf's all-time greats, though his major championship record would always include the notable absence of a U.S. Open title. Despite coming close multiple times, the U.S. Open eluded him throughout his career. His success at the Masters, however, provided compensation and demonstrated his ability to win golf's biggest events when they were contested on courses that suited his aggressive athletic style. The Masters began instituting more formal champions-related traditions during the early 1950s. The Champions' Dinner, where past winners gathered to honor the new champion and share a meal, was evolving into the intimate, exclusive event it would become. These traditions reinforced the sense of belonging to an elite club and strengthened the bonds among Masters champions across different eras. The course setup in 1952 rewarded Snead's powerful yet controlled ball striking. Augusta's wide fairways allowed him to unleash his considerable power off the tee without excessive fear of missing fairways, and his ability to flight irons high and soft helped him attack pins on the firm, fast greens. His bunker play and putting touch completed the package of skills needed to succeed at Augusta. The green jacket ceremony had become a central part of Masters storytelling by 1952, with radio broadcasts and newspaper coverage building anticipation for the moment when the previous champion would help the new winner into the jacket. This simple ritual captured public imagination and provided a symbolic moment that transcended the golf itself, representing achievement and belonging to an exclusive fraternity. Masters champions were increasingly known by their jacket count as well as their victory totals. Snead's second green jacket placed him among the multiple winners, a group that included Jimmy DeMeritt with 3 titles and several others with 2. This counting of green jackets became a way to measure Augusta dominance and compare champions across different eras. Augusta National remained the sole host venue for the Masters, reinforcing the course tournament identity that made the event unique among major championships. While the U.S. Open and British Open rotated among various courses, the Masters would always be at Augusta National, allowing players to accumulate knowledge and experience that could pay dividends over years or even decades of competition. The early 1950s represented a transitional period in golf broadcasting, with radio coverage well established but television still experimenting with how to effectively present the sport. The technical challenges of covering golf on television were significant, requiring cameras to follow balls in flight and capture action across a large geographic area. These challenges would eventually be solved, leading to comprehensive coverage that would transform the Masters' reach and impact. Snead's victory demonstrated the value of course familiarity and accumulated wisdom about Augusta National's particular demands. Each return visit to the tournament allowed players to refine their strategies, learn from past mistakes, and develop greater understanding of how to navigate the course's challenges. This learning curve meant that experienced players often held advantages over talented newcomers. The competitive depth in professional golf during the early 1950s meant that winning the Masters required sustained excellence over all 72 holes. Any significant lapse could drop a player down the leaderboard, and the strength of the fields ensured that someone would be ready to take advantage of mistakes. Snead's ability to avoid major errors while capitalizing on scoring opportunities proved decisive. The Masters continued to benefit from strong leadership by Bobby Jones and Clifford Roberts, who remained deeply involved in tournament operations and course preparation. Their attention to detail and commitment to excellence ensured that the Masters maintained high standards and continued building its reputation as golf's most prestigious tournament. As the 1952 Masters concluded with Sam Snead as champion, the tournament had again crowned a worthy winner and maintained its pattern of producing compelling competition. Snead's second green jacket added to his legacy while demonstrating that the Masters rewarded players who understood Augusta National's unique demands. The alternating success of Snead and Hogan was creating a golden age of Masters golf. The early 1950s represented perhaps the highest level of professional golf yet seen, with multiple great players competing at their peaks. The depth of talent meant that winning required sustained excellence, and the Masters was no exception. The tournament's selective field concentrated this talent into a smaller group, making the competition even more intense. The television industry was beginning to recognize golf's potential as broadcast content, though the technical challenges remained significant. These challenges would gradually be solved over the coming years, eventually transforming how golf was presented to audiences. The 1953 Masters was the 17th edition at Augusta National, and it would produce one of the most remarkable achievements in golf history. Ben Hogan won his second green jacket, adding to his 1951 victory. But the 1953 Masters was just one part of an extraordinary season that would see Hogan win 3 major championships. His victories at the Masters, US Open, and British Open in 1953 represent one of the greatest single-season performances the game has ever witnessed. Hogan's 3-major season in 1953 came at a time when he was playing perhaps the finest golf of his career. His ball striking reached levels that amazed even his fellow professionals, and his strategic mastery of golf courses was unmatched. The combination of physical skill and mental acuity made him nearly unbeatable when his game was sharp, and throughout 1953 it rarely wavered. The Masters victory demonstrated Hogan's growing mastery of Augusta National's demands. His ability to control trajectory and spin made him especially effective at holding Augusta's firm, slick greens, and his strategic approach to the course meant he knew exactly which pins to attack and which to play safely away from. This combination of physical skill and tactical wisdom separated Hogan from even very talented competitors. Hogan's control over ball flight was particularly valuable at Augusta, where the ability to flight approach shots high or low depending on conditions and pin positions could mean the difference between birdie opportunities and difficult two-putt situations. His practice sessions were legendary, with Hogan hitting hundreds of balls to groove his swing and ensure that each club produced the precise trajectory and distance he needed. The 1953 victory put Hogan alongside Jimmy DeMeritt and Sam Snead among the early multi-time Masters champions. His 2 green jackets validated his status as one of Augusta's finest players and demonstrated that his 1951 breakthrough had not been a fortunate one-off but rather the beginning of sustained success at the tournament. The Masters' reputation as a precision-demanding major championship was reinforced by Hogan's stylistic success. His meticulous approach to golf and his emphasis on controlling every variable aligned perfectly with Augusta National's demands. Players who could consistently execute quality shots under pressure and manage their games strategically tended to succeed at the Masters, and Hogan embodied these qualities. Hogan's multiple Masters wins helped deepen the tournament's international recognition and prestige. As one of golf's most famous players and a champion recognized worldwide, his association with the Masters elevated the tournament's profile in countries where golf was growing. His 3-major season in particular brought global attention to all the championships he won. The champions list now showed repeated names like Hogan, Snead, and DeMeritt, reflecting how Augusta National's demands favored certain skill sets and playing styles. The course rewarded players who could flight irons precisely, putt well on fast greens, think strategically about risk and reward, and maintain composure under pressure. Those who possessed these attributes could succeed at Augusta multiple times. The 1953 Masters also continued the pattern of American dominance at Augusta during this era. While international players competed, the champions through 1953 had all been American-born, reflecting the concentration of top golf talent in the United States during the post-war period. This would eventually change, but in the early 1950s the Masters remained largely an American affair. Hogan's victory added to his growing legacy as one of golf's greatest ball strikers and most complete players. His ability to win major championships on different types of courses, from the parkland setup of Augusta to the links of Britain, demonstrated the comprehensiveness of his game. Few players in any era could match his versatility and sustained excellence. The tournament's continued growth in prestige and popularity reflected both the quality of champions like Hogan and the distinctive traditions that set the Masters apart from other events. The green jacket, the beautiful setting, the selective field, and the challenging course all combined to create an event that transcended mere sporting competition and became a cultural touchstone. The 1953 edition also benefited from improving media coverage, with more comprehensive radio broadcasts and growing interest from television networks exploring how to present golf effectively. The Masters' visually appealing setting and dramatic finishes made it particularly attractive for broadcasters looking to showcase golf to wider audiences. As the 1953 Masters concluded with Ben Hogan as champion, it marked a midpoint in one of golf's greatest seasons. Hogan would go on to win the US Open and British Open, cementing 1953 as perhaps the finest year any golfer had produced to that point. The Masters victory was essential to this historic achievement and demonstrated Hogan's complete mastery of the game at its highest level. The three-major season established Hogan as one of golf's immortals and brought unprecedented attention to the sport. His dominance across different types of courses and playing conditions demonstrated versatility that few players in any era could match. The Masters' victory on Augusta's strategic layout was followed by triumph on different tests, showing Hogan could win anywhere. His success inspired countless golfers and elevated the sport's profile. The 1953 championship also helped solidify the Masters' place among golf's four major championships. Hogan's validation through his participation and success elevated the tournament's prestige. The 1954 Masters was the 18th tournament in Augusta's history, and it brought Sam Snead his third and final green jacket. His victories in 1949, 1952, and now 1954 tied Jimmy DeMerit's record for most Masters titles, establishing these two players as the tournament's most successful champions to that point. Snead's 3 wins demonstrated sustained excellence over a 5-year period and confirmed his status as one of Augusta's all-time greats. The 1954 tournament is particularly memorable for producing the highest winning score in Masters history at that time. Snead's total of 289, 1 over par, equaled what would remain tied as the highest winning total ever recorded at the Masters. The difficult scoring conditions that week highlighted how challenging Augusta National could play when course setup, weather, and other factors combined to create stern tests. The winning score of 289, 1 over par, would be matched only twice more in Masters history, by Jack Burke Jr. in 1956 and by Zach Johnson in 2007. These rare occasions when the champion finished over par demonstrated that Augusta could defend itself against even the world's best players when conditions were firm, fast, and demanding. The course's difficulty under such conditions separated it from tournaments where low scores were routine. The tournament underscored how difficult Augusta could play under firm or windy conditions that tested every aspect of a player's game. When the greens were hard and fast, approach shots had to land in precise spots or risk rolling off into difficult positions. When wind complicated club selection and trajectory control, players had to make subtle adjustments that could easily go wrong. Snead's ability to navigate these challenges successfully demonstrated the completeness of his game. Snead's success at Augusta showcased the value of a strong long game paired with exceptional touch on and around the greens. His power off the tee gave him advantages on the par 5s, where he could reach in 2 shots and set up eagle or birdie opportunities. His iron play allowed him to attack pins when conditions permitted, and his short game saved pars when he missed greens or faced difficult recovery situations. The 3 green jackets made Snead synonymous with early Masters history and established him as one of the tournament's defining figures. His smooth, powerful swing became iconic, and his association with Augusta National remained strong throughout his life. Fans who thought of the Masters in the 1940s and 1950s immediately thought of Snead along with Hogan and demerit. Media narratives during this period often focused on the rivalry and mutual respect between Snead and contemporary stars like Ben Hogan. These two players represented different approaches to golf excellence. Snead with his natural athleticism and flowing swing, Hogan with his manufactured precision and iron will. Their alternating success at Augusta created compelling storylines for writers and broadcasters. The course conditions in 1954 reflected Augusta's commitment to presenting a complete test of golf skills. The tournament committee, led by Bobby Jones and Clifford Roberts, refused to soften the course just to produce lower scores. They believed that major championships should challenge players and that occasionally difficult conditions separated true champions from merely talented players. Augusta's identity as a venue that rewarded repeat champions was further entrenched by Snead's third victory. The pattern of multiple winners like Snead, Hogan, and demerit demonstrated that understanding the course's subtleties and demands provided significant advantages. Players who returned year after year accumulated knowledge that translated into better strategic decisions and improved scoring. The early 1950s had now produced a remarkable run of dominant performances by Snead and Hogan, with these two legends trading green jackets while other accomplished players struggled to break through. This concentration of success among a few elite players raised the question of whether Augusta National particularly favored certain playing styles or whether these players simply represented the highest level of golf excellence during this era. The 1954 Masters also demonstrated the importance of patience and composure at Augusta National. In difficult conditions, the ability to accept pars on challenging holes and avoid big numbers became crucial to staying in contention. Snead's experience and maturity helped him navigate the tough setup without the costly mistakes that eliminated other contenders. Prize money continued its gradual increase as professional golf's commercial appeal grew throughout the 1950s. The purses remained modest by modern standards but represented respectable earnings for the era. Winning the Masters brought financial rewards beyond the prize money, including endorsement opportunities and elevated status that led to lucrative exhibitions and club positions. As the 1954 Masters concluded with Sam Snead matching Jimmy demerit's record of 3 green jackets, the tournament had witnessed another worthy champion and confirmed the difficulty of Augusta National's test. Snead's victory under challenging conditions demonstrated that great players could still succeed when the course demanded their best golf. The high winning score reminded everyone that Augusta could defend par when conditions aligned properly. The tournament's willingness to present difficult conditions rather than artificially softening the course demonstrated the tournament committee's commitment to championship integrity. Jones and Roberts believed that major championships should test players comprehensively, and occasional tough setups separated true champions from merely talented competitors. Snead's 3 Masters victories placed him among the tournament's elite multiple winners. His success at Augusta demonstrated that natural talent combined with accumulated course knowledge could produce sustained excellence over many years. The 1955 Masters was the 19th edition of the tournament, and it brought a new champion to Augusta's winner circle in Cary Middlecoff. The Memphis dentist turned professional golfer won his only green jacket that year, though he had previously contended at the Masters in 1947 before fading during the weekend. His victory added another major championship to a distinguished career that already included U.S. Open titles. Middlecoff was known for his methodical, deliberate style of play that contrasted sharply with faster-playing contemporaries. He took considerable time over shots, carefully considering every variable and ensuring he was completely committed to each swing before pulling the trigger. This cautious approach occasionally drew criticism from galleries and fellow competitors who preferred brisker pace, but Middlecoff remained convinced that his thoroughness contributed to his success. The victory broke the sequence of Masters titles that had been dominated by Sam Snead and Ben Hogan over the previous several years. While both legends remained competitive and dangerous at Augusta, Middlecoff's triumph demonstrated that other players could break through when they brought their best golf to the tournament. The win validated the depth and quality of professional golf during the mid-1950s. Middlecoff's game was built on accuracy and consistency rather than spectacular shot-making or overpowering length. He hit fairways and greens with regularity, avoided costly mistakes, and made enough birdies to compile winning totals. This patient, percentage approach suited Augusta National well, as the course rewarded players who could consistently execute quality shots and avoid the big numbers that came from aggressive play gone wrong. His previous major championship victories at the U.S. Open demonstrated that he could win golf's biggest events when his game was sharp and his putting stroke was working. The Masters title filled an important gap in his resume and validated his status among the game's elite players. Middlecoff would be remembered as one of the finest players of the 1940s and 1950s. The 1955 victory showcased how patience and accuracy could prevail at Augusta National even against more celebrated or powerful competitors. While length helped on the par 5s and certain driving holes, the ability to hit precise approach shots and avoid three putts often mattered more over the course of 72 holes. Middlecoff's complete if unspectacular game proved sufficient to claim the championship. The Masters continued to refine its scoring records and statistical tracking during this period, building databases that would allow for historical comparisons and analytical insights into course difficulty and player performance. These records helped establish benchmarks for excellence and provided context for evaluating performances across different eras as equipment and course conditions evolved. The leaderboard depth in 1955 illustrated the rising strength of professional golf fields during the mid-1950s. Multiple players entered the final round with realistic championship hopes, and the competition remained tight throughout Sunday's play. This depth meant that winning required not just good golf but sustained excellence that could withstand challenges from multiple dangerous competitors. Middlecoff's name remains among the less frequent but significant champions on the Masters list, a reminder that the tournament's history includes both dominant multiple winners and worthy single champions who seized their moment at Augusta. Each type of champion contributed to the Masters story and demonstrated different paths to victory at this demanding venue. The tournament's continued growth in prestige and popular appeal reflected the successful combination of challenging golf, beautiful setting, selective field, and distinctive traditions like the green jacket ceremony. The Masters was becoming not just a major championship but a cultural event that transcended golf and captured broader public imagination. The mid-1950s also saw continued improvements in media coverage, with more comprehensive radio broadcasts and growing television interest in the tournament. The technical challenges of televising golf were being gradually solved, and the Masters' visually appealing setting made it particularly attractive for broadcasters seeking to showcase the sport effectively. Bobby Jones's involvement with the tournament continued despite his declining health, though his role had evolved fully from competitor to host and guardian of Augusta's traditions. His presence ensured continuity with the tournament's founding vision and maintained the connection to the amateur ideal that had been central to his own legendary career. As the 1955 Masters concluded with Cary Middlecoff as champion, the tournament had again produced a worthy winner and demonstrated that multiple paths to victory existed at Augusta National. Middlecoff's deliberate, accurate approach had proven as effective as Snead's athleticism or Hogan's precision, showing that Augusta rewarded complete games regardless of style. The championship list continued to grow more distinguished. The mid-1950s marked an important transitional period for the Masters and professional golf generally. The generation that had dominated through the 1940s and early 1950s, players like Snead, Hogan, and Demerit, remained competitive, but younger stars were beginning to emerge who would define the next era of tournament history. The tournament's administrative structure under Bobby Jones and Clifford Roberts continued to emphasize quality and tradition over commercial expansion. While prize money gradually increased and media coverage expanded, the Masters maintained its distinctive character. The 1956 Masters was the 20th tournament at Augusta National, marking 2 decades since the event's founding in 1934. Jack Burke Jr. won his first and only green jacket that year with a score of 289, 1 over par. This total tied the highest winning score in Masters history up to that point, matching Sam Snead's 1954 victory and establishing a record that would stand as one of the tournament's most enduring statistical milestones. Burke's winning total of 289, 1 over par, would eventually be matched one more time in Masters history, by Zach Johnson in 2007. These 3 tournaments represented the only occasions when the Masters champion finished over par for 72 holes, highlighting how challenging Augusta National could play when conditions conspired to create a stern test of golf skills. The difficult scoring conditions that week illustrated Augusta's capacity to defend itself against even the world's best players when the setup was demanding. Firm greens, strategic hole locations, and challenging weather combined to make par a respectable score on many holes. Players who could minimize mistakes and avoid big numbers had advantages over those who pressed too aggressively for birdies. Burke's victory came after an early season run that had seen him playing excellent golf leading into the Masters. His game was in peak form, built on solid ball striking and a dependable short game that served him well on Augusta's demanding greens and around the course's challenging green complexes. The ability to get up and down from difficult positions proved crucial during a week when hitting greens in regulation was particularly challenging. The 1956 championship demonstrated that success at Augusta required more than just going low in benign conditions. When the course showed its teeth, champions needed patience, course management skills, and the mental toughness to accept pars and move on without letting frustration lead to compounding mistakes. Burke possessed these qualities and used them effectively throughout the week. The champions roster by 1956 now included a distinguished list of names: Demerit, Snead, Hogan, Middlecoff, Burke Jr., and others who had proven themselves at Augusta and in other major championships. Each champion had navigated Augusta's unique demands successfully, whether in low-scoring shootouts or grinding tests of patience and precision like Burke's victory. The 20-year anniversary prompted reflection on how far the Masters had come since its humble beginnings. What started as Bobby Jones's invitational gathering had evolved into one of golf's 4 major championships, with traditions and prestige that rivaled any tournament in the sport. The green jacket had become one of sport's most recognizable symbols. Records and statistics from the 1950s were becoming central to modern Masters historical analysis and comparison. The tournament maintained detailed scoring records that allowed for meaningful comparisons across different eras, even as equipment and agronomy evolved. Burke's high winning score became part of this statistical legacy, a data point that would be referenced for decades. The 20-year anniversary prompted reflection on how far the Masters had come since its humble beginnings. What started as Bobby Jones's invitational gathering had evolved into one of golf's 4 major championships, with traditions and prestige that rivaled any tournament in the sport. The green jacket had become one of sport's most recognizable symbols, and winning at Augusta represented the pinnacle of achievement for professional golfers worldwide. Burke's win came shortly before the next generation of golf stars would emerge at Augusta. Jack Nicklaus, still an amateur in 1956, would make his Masters debut in coming years and eventually dominate the tournament. Arnold Palmer had not yet won his first green jacket but would soon begin his remarkable run of success at Augusta. The stage was set for these future legends. The 20th Masters capped 2 decades of growth from a regional invitational to a globally recognized major championship. The tournament had survived the Depression, World War II, and the challenges of establishing itself among golf's elite events. By 1956, the Masters' place in golf's hierarchy was secure, and the green jacket had become one of sport's most coveted prizes. The tournament's traditions were now firmly established, from the green jacket ceremony to the champions' dinner to the invitational field structure. These customs gave the Masters distinctive character and helped create the sense of history and continuity that made the event special. Each year added new stories while honoring the champions and moments that came before. Prize money had grown gradually throughout the 1950s as professional golf's commercial appeal increased. The total purse reflected rising sponsor support and media interest, though amounts remained modest compared to what would come in later decades. Winning the Masters brought prestige and opportunities that extended far beyond the immediate prize money. The course setup philosophy under Bobby Jones and Clifford Roberts continued emphasizing fair but demanding tests that rewarded complete games. Augusta could play relatively benign when conditions permitted low scoring, or it could defend par vigorously when setup and weather combined to create challenges. This flexibility meant that Masters champions proved themselves under varying conditions. As the 1956 Masters concluded with Jack Burke Jr. as champion and the tournament reaching its 20th edition, the event looked back on 2 successful decades while anticipating the exciting years ahead. The foundation was solid, the traditions were established, and golf's greatest championship was poised for its next era of growth and prominence. The 1957 Masters was the 21st tournament, played April 4th through 7th at Augusta National. Doug Ford won his only green jacket with a score of 283, 5 under par, claiming victory in dramatic fashion with exceptional final round play. Ford's triumph showcased the kind of Sunday charge that would become a Masters tradition, demonstrating that championships at Augusta could be won with bold, aggressive golf when the moment demanded it. Ford started the final round 3 shots behind leader Sam Snead, the 3-time champion who was seeking his 4th green jacket. The deficit seemed substantial but not insurmountable, particularly at Augusta where back 9 Sunday charges could quickly erase leads. Ford understood that he needed to apply pressure early and maintain it throughout the round if he hoped to catch Snead. The final round proved to be a masterclass in pressure golf from Ford. He shot a bogey-free 66, 6 under par, on Sunday to win by 3 strokes. The round featured stellar ball striking, exceptional putting, and the kind of composure under pressure that separates champions from contenders. Ford never allowed himself to think about the deficit or the leader. He simply played each shot as it came. Ford's Sunday charge included birdies on 4 of his last 7 holes, a crucial stretch where he turned a close competition into a comfortable victory. This late birdie run demonstrated his ability to execute quality shots when they mattered most and to maintain focus and intensity even as victory came into view. The pressure of closing out a major championship affects players differently, and Ford showed he could handle it. The most memorable moment of Ford's victory came on the 18th hole, where he holed out from a greenside bunker for a closing birdie. The shot capped a remarkable final round and provided an exclamation point to his championship performance. Holing bunker shots requires both skill and fortune, but Ford had put himself in position to benefit from good breaks through 3.5 rounds of excellent golf. Sam Snead, the leader entering Sunday, finished second after shooting 72 in the final round. The 3-time champion had played solid golf but could not match Ford's brilliance on Sunday. Snead's runner-up finish demonstrated that even champions of his caliber could be overtaken when another player produced exceptional golf at the right moment. His gracious acceptance of defeat reflected his professionalism and respect for Ford's performance. The 1957 Masters was notable for introducing the tournament's first 36-hole cut. The field of 101 starters was reduced to 40 players who made the cut at 150, 6 over par. This innovation helped manage the size of weekend fields and ensured that only players with realistic championship chances competed on Saturday and Sunday. Ben Hogan, the two-time Masters champion, missed this first cut in what would be the only missed cut of his distinguished Masters career. The rare failure for Hogan highlighted how even the greatest players could struggle when their games were slightly off or when conditions did not suit their strengths. Hogan's miss served as a reminder of Augusta's demanding nature. Ford's victory was the second major championship of his career, following his 1955 PGA Championship triumph. The combination of these two major titles validated his status among the top players of the 1950s and ensured his place in golf history. While he would not win another major, these two championships represented significant achievements. The tournament demonstrated yet again that Augusta National rewarded aggressive play when executed successfully. Ford's willingness to attack pins and make putts under pressure paid dividends, while more conservative approaches might have left him short of catching Snead. The course's design encouraged bold play while severely punishing mistakes, creating the risk-reward dynamic that made Masters Sundays so compelling. The introduction of the cut represented an evolution in tournament operations as fields grew larger and managing all competitors through the weekend became more complex. The cut ensured that Saturday and Sunday featured the strongest possible fields while maintaining reasonable pace of play and spectator experience. This innovation would become standard practice at major championships and help the Masters manage growing player interest in competing. The cut also added strategic interest, as players on the bubble Friday afternoon had to decide whether to play aggressively to ensure making the weekend or play conservatively to avoid missing entirely. These decisions created additional drama and gave every shot importance, even for players not contending for the championship. The late 1950s Masters tournaments continued building on the foundation established in previous decades while adapting to changing circumstances in professional golf. Prize money grew, media coverage expanded, and the tournament's prestige attracted ever stronger fields. Yet the essential character remained constant, with Augusta's demanding test separating champions from near champions. As the 1957 Masters concluded with Doug Ford as champion, the tournament had again produced dramatic Sunday golf and a worthy winner. Ford's final round 66 and bunker hole-out on 18 created the kind of memorable moments that would be recounted for decades. The Masters was establishing itself not just as a championship but as a creator of golf's most enduring stories and images. Ford's victory also demonstrated the importance of momentum and confidence in major championship golf. His Sunday charge built throughout the round, with each successful birdie putt increasing his belief and putting pressure on the leader. This psychological aspect of golf separated players who could capitalize on hot streaks from those who let opportunities slip away. The 1958 Masters was the 22nd tournament at Augusta National, and it marked the beginning of one of golf's most significant eras. Arnold Palmer won his first green jacket with a score of 284, 4 under par, launching what would become a legendary association between Palmer and the Masters. This victory was the first of 4 Masters titles Palmer would claim, and it helped transform him into the king of golf. The 1958 championship is often associated with a famous ruling at the 12th hole involving a disputed lie and an embedded ball situation. The ruling became controversial and generated extensive discussion about how the situation was handled, but it also highlighted the complexities of applying rules in championship golf. Palmer's handling of the situation, playing a second ball and sorting out the ruling afterward, showed both his rules knowledge and his ability to maintain focus amid uncertainty. Palmer's aggressive style and natural charisma began to transform the Masters into a major television spectacle during this period. His willingness to attack pins, his emotional displays on the course, and his connection with galleries created compelling viewing that television could showcase effectively. The combination of Palmer's personality and Augusta's beauty made for ideal broadcast content as television technology improved. The win helped ignite Palmer's reputation as golf's leading star and most exciting player. His aggressive approach to the game resonated with fans who appreciated bold play and risk-taking over conservative percentage golf. Palmer embodied an attacking mentality that perfectly suited Augusta National's risk-reward design, and galleries loved watching him challenge the course. The 1958 Masters came at the dawn of widespread television coverage of golf tournaments. While previous Masters had been televised in limited fashion, the technology and production techniques were improving rapidly. Palmer's charismatic presence and exciting style of play arrived at precisely the right moment to capitalize on television's growing reach and influence. The tournament helped establish Amen Corner as central to Masters storytelling and drama. The strategic demands and risk-reward decisions required on holes 11 through 13 created natural narrative tension that television producers could exploit. Palmer's ability to navigate this crucial stretch effectively contributed to his victory and helped cement these holes' legendary status. Palmer's success at Augusta began to grow the tournament's younger fan base and broaden its appeal beyond traditional golf audiences. His working-class background and everyman persona made him relatable to fans who might have found golf too elitist or stuffy. The Masters benefited from Palmer's ability to attract new followers to the sport and the tournament. The victory also signaled a generational shift at Augusta, though the transition would take several years to complete fully. Players like Sam Snead and Ben Hogan remained competitive, but younger stars like Palmer were beginning to assert themselves. The late 1950s represented a pivotal moment when the old guard started yielding to new champions. Palmer's first Masters win preceded the arrival of Nicklaus by just a few years, setting the stage for their legendary rivalry that would define Augusta National for decades. The Palmer-Nicklaus dynamic would become central to Masters history, with their contrasting styles and personalities creating compelling storylines that captivated golf fans worldwide. The tournament's television coverage in 1958, while still limited by modern standards, represented significant progress toward comprehensive broadcasting. Networks were learning how to present golf effectively, developing techniques for following play and explaining the game's subtleties to viewers. The Masters' visual beauty and dramatic finishes made it ideal content for experimenting with golf television. Palmer's victory demonstrated that Augusta rewarded bold, attacking golf when executed with skill and confidence. His willingness to take on risky shots and aggressive lines paid dividends, though the same approach could lead to disaster when execution faltered. This high-risk, high-reward style would characterize Palmer's career and particularly his Masters performances. The late 1950s Masters tournaments reflected professional golf's growing commercial sophistication and media presence. Prize money continued increasing, sponsor interest grew, and television's involvement expanded dramatically. Yet the tournament maintained its distinctive traditions and refused to compromise its character for purely commercial considerations. The balance between tradition and progress would characterize the Masters' evolution. Palmer's aggressive style resonated deeply with television audiences who appreciated watching risk-taking golf rather than conservative play. His willingness to attempt difficult shots and challenge the course created natural drama that cameras could capture effectively. This telegenic quality made Palmer invaluable to golf's television growth and the Masters' expanding broadcast reach. The tournament's core identity remained rooted in Jones's original vision despite the changes television and Palmer's celebrity brought. The invitational field structure, the green jacket tradition, and Augusta's demanding test continued defining the Masters even as commercial opportunities expanded. This commitment to tradition while embracing beneficial changes helped the Masters grow without losing its distinctive character. As the 1958 Masters concluded with Arnold Palmer as champion, the tournament had crowned a star whose impact would extend far beyond his 4 victories at Augusta. Palmer's charisma, aggressive style, and television presence would help transform professional golf into a major spectator sport. The Masters provided the perfect stage for Palmer's emergence as golf's first true television superstar. The 1959 Masters was the 23rd edition at Augusta National, and it produced one of the tournament's most famous finishing runs. Art Wall Jr. won his only green jacket with a total of 284, 4 under par, after birdieing 5 of his last 6 holes in the final round. This late surge ranks among the most remarkable closing stretches in Masters history and demonstrated the kind of dramatic finish that made Augusta special. Wall's incredible finish showcased the scoring opportunities available on Augusta's back nine when a player combined confidence with precision execution. The stretch from holes 13 through 18 includes multiple birdie chances for players willing to take aggressive lines and execute quality shots. Wall seized these opportunities brilliantly, making putts when they mattered most and maintaining composure as victory came into view. The 5 birdies in 6 holes represented an extraordinary burst of scoring under the intense pressure of final round major championship golf. Each successful putt increased the stakes for the next, as Wall had to maintain focus and continue executing while aware that he was building something special. The mental strength required to sustain such excellence under pressure separated champions from talented players who crumbled in crucial moments. Wall's victory was his only major championship in a solid professional career that included numerous tour victories. The Masters win ensured his place in golf history and provided the defining achievement of his playing days. Like several other players who won single majors, Wall proved capable of rising to the occasion when everything aligned properly at the right tournament. Arnold Palmer, the defending champion, contended strongly but could not repeat his 1958 victory. Palmer's presence near the leaderboard demonstrated his consistency at Augusta and his ability to contend year after year at the tournament. While he did not successfully defend, his continued strong play at the Masters was building a remarkable record of sustained excellence. The leaderboard in 1959 again showed a mix of established stars and lesser-known players, reflecting Augusta's capacity to produce surprising champions. The course's demands meant that any player in the field with solid fundamentals and hot putting could contend if their game peaked at the right time. This unpredictability added to the tournament's appeal and kept fans engaged throughout the week. Wall's comeback from several shots back highlighted Augusta National's potential for dramatic scoring swings, particularly on the back nine Sunday. Leads that seemed safe could evaporate quickly when trailing players made birdie runs, and no advantage was truly secure until the final putt dropped. This volatility created tension and excitement that made Masters Sundays must-watch golf. The scoring total of 284 matched Arnold Palmer's winning score from 1958, reflecting similar course conditions and setup philosophy. Augusta could play to various difficulties depending on weather, pin positions, and green speeds, but the tournament committee generally aimed for scoring that rewarded excellent play while punishing mistakes. Totals around 4 to 8 under par were common for champions during this era. Wall's Masters victory became the defining achievement of his career and the story he would recount for decades. The dramatic nature of the finish ensured that his win would be remembered and discussed long after other champions from less dramatic years faded from casual fans' memories. The Masters specialized in creating these memorable moments that transcended mere statistical records. The late 1950s continued the pattern of American dominance at Augusta, with no international players having yet broken through to claim green jackets. This would change in the early 1960s, but through 1959 the Masters champions remained exclusively American-born. The concentration of elite talent in the United States during this period made such dominance unsurprising. Television coverage continued expanding and improving, with networks learning how to present golf more effectively to audiences. The dramatic nature of Wall's finish demonstrated golf's potential for creating compelling television moments, even with the technical limitations of late 1950s broadcasting. Such finishes helped justify increasing network investment in golf coverage. The tournament's traditions and customs were now deeply established, with the green jacket ceremony, champions dinner, and other rituals creating continuity and connecting each year's champion to those who came before. These traditions gave the Masters distinctive character that distinguished it from other major championships and created a sense of belonging to an exclusive fraternity. As the 1959 Masters concluded with Art Wall Jr.'s dramatic victory, the tournament had again produced the kind of memorable finish that defined Augusta National. Wall's 5 birdies in 6 holes would be recounted for generations, joining other famous charges in Masters lore. The tournament's reputation for Sunday drama and unexpected heroes was firmly established. The tournament also highlighted how course knowledge accumulated over years at Augusta could pay dividends. Players who returned annually learned the subtleties of green complexes, ideal landing areas, and strategic approaches that helped them score better. Wall's experience at Augusta, though not always successful in previous years, contributed to his understanding of how to navigate the course under pressure. The Masters' growing television audience witnessed Wall's dramatic finish in real time, creating shared viewing experiences that built the tournament's cultural significance beyond just golf circles. Families gathered to watch the Masters became an April tradition for many Americans, and moments like Wall's closing birdie run created lasting memories for viewers. The 1960 Masters was the 24th tournament at Augusta National, and it featured Arnold Palmer winning his second green jacket in one of the most dramatic finishes in tournament history. Palmer shot 282, 6 under par, claiming victory by 1 stroke after birdieing the final 2 holes on Sunday. The birdie-birdie finish at 17 and 18 became one of golf's most famous closing stretches and epitomized Palmer's aggressive, charismatic style. Palmer entered the final holes needing birdies to claim the championship, and he delivered precisely when required. The ability to execute quality shots under maximum pressure separated champions from nearly men, and Palmer possessed this quality in abundance. His willingness to attack pins and make putts when everything was on the line made him a formidable closer and a player opponents feared in tight finishes. The birdie on the 17th hole came first, giving Palmer momentum and confidence as he moved to the 18th tee. Then the closing birdie on 18 sealed the victory and sent his fans, already known as Arnie's Army, into celebration. The roars from the galleries echoed across Augusta National, creating the kind of electric atmosphere that made major championship golf so compelling. Palmer became one of the few champions to win the Masters with a birdie-birdie finish on 17 and 18, joining an exclusive group of players who closed out victories at Augusta with such dramatic flourishes. The difficulty of executing birdies on these demanding finishing holes under championship pressure made such accomplishments particularly impressive and memorable. This Masters win tied Palmer with Jimmy Demaret and Sam Snead at 2 titles apiece at that moment in time. The pursuit of multiple green jackets was becoming a defining narrative for top players, with each additional victory adding to their legacies and placing them among Augusta's elite. Palmer clearly had his sights set on more Masters victories, and his dominant play suggested additional wins would come. The 1960 championship was also notable for being part of the year when Palmer nearly won 3 majors. He would go on to win the U.S. Open later that season, and he came close in other majors as well. While he did not match Ben Hogan's three-major season from 1953, Palmer's 1960 performances demonstrated sustained excellence at the highest level of professional golf. Palmer's performance exemplified his aggressive, go-for-broke style that resonated with fans and influenced how golf was played. Rather than playing conservatively to protect leads or minimize risk, Palmer attacked courses and challenged himself to make birdies. This approach led to spectacular successes and occasional failures, but it made him exciting to watch and endeared him to galleries worldwide. Television audiences for the Masters continued growing as Palmer's star rose and broadcasting technology improved. His charismatic presence and dramatic finishes like the 1960 birdie-birdie close provided ideal content for networks seeking to build golf's television audience. The symbiotic relationship between Palmer and television helped transform golf into a major spectator sport. The wire-to-wire achievement that year, where Palmer led or co-led after every round, demonstrated his dominance that week and his ability to handle the pressure of defending leads. Many players struggled when leading major championships, tightening up under the weight of expectations and allowing challengers to catch them. Palmer thrived in such situations, playing his best when the stakes were highest. The tournament further strengthened the Palmer-Augusta connection that would define both the player and the venue for decades. Palmer's aggressive style seemed perfectly suited to Augusta's risk-reward design, and his emotional connection to the tournament and its traditions was genuine and deep. He would become synonymous with the Masters in ways few other players achieved. The early 1960s represented the height of Palmer's powers and influence on professional golf. His multiple major championships, exciting style, and television presence made him the sport's biggest star and helped grow golf's popularity dramatically. The Masters benefited enormously from Palmer's success and charisma, as his victories brought new fans to the tournament. Course conditions in 1960 allowed for scoring while still presenting challenges that tested complete games. The balance between difficulty and opportunity was carefully calibrated to reward excellent play while punishing mistakes. This setup philosophy had become a Masters trademark, creating tournaments that identified champions through comprehensive examination rather than narrow tests of single skills. As the 1960 Masters concluded with Arnold Palmer's dramatic birdie-birdie finish, the tournament had witnessed another classic Palmer performance and secured another memorable chapter in Masters lore. The final hole heroics would be recounted for generations, and Palmer's association with Augusta National continued deepening. The stage was set for more Palmer triumphs and the eventual emergence of his greatest rival, Jack Nicklaus. The tournament's prestige continued growing as Palmer's success and charisma brought unprecedented attention to Augusta. The combination of a legendary champion in his prime and a course that rewarded his aggressive style created ideal conditions for the Masters to cement its status as golf's premier event. Each Palmer victory built on previous successes, creating a legacy that would endure for generations. The Masters had now established itself as the most important week on the golf calendar, with players, media, and fans all converging on Augusta each April. Palmer's continued excellence ensured that this attention remained intense and that the tournament's status as golf's premier championship was secure. The stage was set for more Palmer heroics and the eventual emergence of rivals who would challenge his supremacy. The 1961 Masters was the 25th edition at Augusta National, and it produced a landmark moment in tournament history. Gary Player won with a score of 280, 8 under par, becoming the first international champion in Masters history. The South African's victory broke the American stranglehold on the green jacket and opened the tournament to a new era of international competition and champions. Player entered the final round with a commanding 4-stroke lead after excellent play through the first 3 days. His ball striking had been sharp, his putting confident, and his course management sound. The cushion seemed substantial enough to withstand Sunday pressure and secure his first major championship victory on American soil. However, Augusta National's back nine had humbled many players with seemingly safe leads. The final round became a test of players' nerve and resilience as his game wavered on the back nine. He shot 40, 4 over par, on the final 9 holes, watching his comfortable lead evaporate as mistakes accumulated and putts stopped falling. The pressure of protecting a lead in a major championship affects players differently, and players struggled to maintain the form that had built his advantage. Arnold Palmer briefly took the lead on the 18th hole after solid play on the back nine Sunday. Palmer's charge brought roars from his loyal galleries and seemed poised to deliver another dramatic victory. However, Palmer found trouble from a greenside bunker on 18 and made a double bogey that cost him the championship. The sudden reversal of fortune was crushing for Palmer and his fans. Player also hit into the 18th bunker but managed to get up and down for par, securing a one-stroke victory when Palmer could not do the same. The ability to execute a crucial sand save under maximum pressure demonstrated players' short game skills and mental toughness. While his final 9 had been shaky, he found a quality shot precisely when it mattered most to claim the green jacket. Amateur Charles Coe tied Palmer for second place, finishing one shot behind player. Coe's runner-up finish was remarkable for an amateur competing against the world's best professionals at a major championship. His performance harked back to golf's earlier eras when talented amateurs could compete effectively with professionals in major tournaments. Player had debuted at Augusta in 1957 and steadily improved his results through multiple appearances before breaking through for this victory. His persistence in returning to Augusta year after year, learning the course's demands, and refining his strategy paid dividends. This pattern of accumulated knowledge leading to eventual success would repeat throughout Masters history. The 1961 championship confirmed that Augusta National could be conquered by international stars, not just American players. Players' victory opened doors for other international players and demonstrated that the Masters welcomed and rewarded talent regardless of nationality. This international flavor would become increasingly important to the tournament's identity and appeal. Player would later win 2 more Masters titles, in 1974 and 1978, becoming one of only several players to claim 3 or more green jackets. His success at Augusta demonstrated that his first victory was no fluke but rather the beginning of a distinguished relationship with the tournament. Player understood Augusta's demands and returned to contend repeatedly. The tournament highlighted the dramatic swings possible at Augusta National, particularly on the back nine Sunday. Player's blown lead, Palmer's rise and fall, and the ultimate one-shot margin demonstrated how quickly fortunes could change. No lead was safe, no deficit insurmountable, until the final putt dropped. Player's international victory brought increased global attention to the Masters and helped expand the tournament's reach beyond American audiences. Golf fans in South Africa and around the world took pride in Player's achievement, and his success helped grow the sport internationally. The Masters benefited from this expanded global interest and profile. The final round drama on the 18th hole, with both Player and Palmer in the bunker and championship hanging in the balance, created the kind of memorable moment that defined Masters lore. These tense, dramatic finishes made the tournament special and generated stories that would be recounted for decades. The tournament's continued growth in prestige and influence reflected both the quality of champions and the compelling narratives that Augusta produced. Each year seemed to generate new dramatic moments and worthy champions, building the Masters' reputation as golf's most important and tradition-rich event. As the 1961 Masters concluded with Gary Player as the first international champion, the tournament had reached a new milestone in its evolution. The American dominance of the first quarter-century had ended, and a new era of international competition was beginning. Players' victory opened possibilities and set the stage for future international stars to make their marks at Augusta National. Players' victory also demonstrated the value of mental toughness and resilience when things went wrong. His ability to recover from a shaky back nine and execute a crucial sand save under maximum pressure showed championship mettle. Golf rewards players who can handle adversity and find quality shots when they matter most, and Player possessed this quality in abundance. The 1961 Masters proved that no nationality had a monopoly on winning at Augusta. Player's breakthrough opened possibilities for international players and demonstrated that Augusta National rewarded talent and skill regardless of origin. This international inclusiveness would become increasingly important to the tournament's identity and global appeal in coming decades. The 1962 Masters was the 26th tournament at Augusta National, and it brought Arnold Palmer his third green jacket with a score of 280, 8 under par. Palmer's 3 Masters wins at that point equaled the records set by Sam Snead and Jimmy DeMerit, placing him among the tournament's most successful champions. The victory further entrenched Palmer as the dominant personality of the Masters era and Augusta's most celebrated champion. Palmer's third victory added to his growing major championship collection during what would prove to be the peak years of his career. The early 1960s represented Palmer at his absolute best, winning major championships and capturing golf fans' imaginations with his aggressive style and charismatic presence. His success brought unprecedented attention and growth to professional golf. The 1962 championship further solidified Palmer's status as the face of golf and the player most associated with the Masters. His 3 green jackets in 5 years demonstrated consistent excellence at Augusta rather than one-off success. Palmer had proven he could win at Augusta National repeatedly, understanding its demands and executing under pressure when championships were decided. Augusta's galleries, known increasingly as Arnie's Army, roared their approval throughout Palmer's victory march. The emotional connection between Palmer and his fans was genuine and powerful, creating an atmosphere at Augusta that enhanced the tournament's appeal. The roars for Palmer became one of the Masters' signature sounds, particularly when he made crucial putts or birdies. The tournament was now fully established as a worldwide television spectacle each April, with comprehensive coverage bringing Augusta's beauty and drama to audiences across America and increasingly around the world. Palmer's star power combined with the Masters' traditions and setting created ideal programming that networks eagerly broadcast and viewers enthusiastically watched. Palmer's continued success at Augusta helped boost the tournament's global visibility and prestige. As one of golf's most famous and recognized players, his association with the Masters elevated both. International audiences followed Palmer's exploits at Augusta, helping expand the tournament's reach beyond American borders and grow golf's worldwide popularity. The scoring conditions allowed for quality play to be rewarded with under-par totals while still testing complete games. Palmer's 8-under total reflected solid golf over 4 rounds without spectacular low scoring. The balance between difficulty and opportunity remained central to Augusta's setup philosophy and the Masters' identity as a comprehensive championship test. Palmer's aggressive approach to Augusta's par 5s continued paying dividends, as his power allowed him to reach these holes in 2 shots and set up eagle and birdie opportunities. His willingness to take on risky shots separated him from more conservative players and helped him accumulate the birdies needed to build winning totals. This attacking style suited Augusta's design perfectly. The tournament field in 1962 included established stars and rising talents, reflecting professional golf's depth during this golden age. Multiple players possessed the skills to win major championships, and the competition for green jackets was intense. Palmer's ability to prevail repeatedly demonstrated his superiority during this period. Palmer's Masters record was building toward a legacy that would define his career and cement his place among golf's all-time greats. While he would win one more Masters in 1964, his 3 victories through 1962 already ensured his status as one of Augusta's legends. The King's reign at the Masters was creating memories that would endure for generations. The mid-1960s would bring the emergence of Jack Nicklaus as Palmer's chief rival, setting up the legendary confrontations that would define Masters history for the next 2 decades. But in 1962, Palmer stood supreme, the undisputed dominant force at Augusta National and professional golf's biggest star. The tournament's traditions and customs continued evolving, with each year adding new layers to the Masters mystique. The Champions Dinner, Green Jacket Ceremony, and other rituals created continuity while honoring past champions. These traditions distinguished the Masters from other championships and gave it unique character. Prize money continued growing as professional golf's commercial appeal expanded and sponsor support increased. The total purse reflected rising television revenues and tournament income, though amounts remained modest compared to later decades. Winning the Masters brought prestige and opportunities that extended far beyond immediate prize money. As the 1962 Masters concluded with Arnold Palmer equaling the 3-victory record, the tournament had crowned its dominant champion once again. Palmer's continued excellence at Augusta was creating a legacy that would forever associate the King with the Masters. The stage was set for Palmer's eventual 4th victory and the arrival of the young amateur who would become his greatest rival at Augusta National. The tournament benefited enormously from Palmer's sustained success and the narratives his victories created. Each Palmer win built upon previous triumphs, creating a compelling story arc that captivated fans and media alike. The Masters and Palmer had become inseparable, with his success integral to the tournament's growing prestige and cultural significance. Bobby Jones, though no longer competing due to his declining health, remained deeply involved in tournament operations and traditions. His presence ensured continuity with the Masters' founding vision and maintained the connection to golf's amateur ideals. Jones took particular pride in champions like Palmer, who embodied both excellence and sportsmanship. The 1963 Masters was the 27th edition of the tournament, and it marked the emergence of golf's next great champion. Jack Nicklaus won his first green jacket with a score of 286, 2 under par, becoming at 23 years old the youngest Masters champion at that time. The victory added to his 1962 U.S. Open title and signaled the arrival of a new dominant force who would eventually redefine excellence at Augusta National. Nicklaus had already won the U.S. Open as a professional, defeating Arnold Palmer in a playoff at Oakmont in 1962. That victory announced his arrival among golf's elite, and the 1963 Masters confirmed that his success was sustainable rather than a fortunate one-off. At just 23, Nicklaus was beginning what would become one of golf's most decorated careers. The victory began Nicklaus's record run to an eventual 6 Masters titles overall, a benchmark that still stands as the most green jackets won by any player. While no one could have predicted the full extent of his Augusta dominance in 1963, the first victory demonstrated that his power game and strategic intelligence suited the course perfectly. Nicklaus's power and strategic approach contrasted sharply with Arnold Palmer's aggressive, emotional style. Where Palmer attacked instinctively and played with visible passion, Nicklaus calculated distances precisely and executed according to carefully considered strategies. Both approaches could succeed at Augusta, but they represented different philosophies about how to conquer the course. The 1963 championship marked the beginning of the famous Palmer-Nicklaus rivalry at Augusta that would define the tournament for the next 2 decades. Palmer was the established star and fan favorite. Nicklaus was the emerging young champion threatening to usurp the King. Their contrasting personalities and playing styles created natural dramatic tension that captivated golf fans. The winning total of 286, 2 under par, reflected a relatively stern scoring test that week. The course played challenging, rewarding quality shots while punishing mistakes. Nicklaus's ability to navigate these conditions and compile a winning total demonstrated the completeness of his game and his maturity beyond his years. Nicklaus's victory as the tournament's youngest champion at that point highlighted his prodigious talent and early development as a champion. Most players needed years to develop the skills and mental toughness required to win major championships, but Nicklaus possessed these qualities in his early 20s. His amateur success had foreshadowed his professional dominance. The tournament symbolized a generational transition at Augusta National and in professional golf generally. Palmer remained the sport's biggest star and would win one more Masters, but Nicklaus represented the future. The passing of the torch would take years to complete, but 1963 marked a clear inflection point. The green jacket presentation took on additional significance as Nicklaus joined the exclusive fraternity of Masters champions. At 23, he became one of the youngest members of this elite group, and his youth suggested many more opportunities to add green jackets. The ceremony connected Nicklaus to past champions while inaugurating his own Augusta legacy. Nicklaus's methodical, strategic approach to golf course management would influence how future generations played Augusta National. His careful plotting of angles, precise distance control, and willingness to play conservatively when appropriate demonstrated that power alone was insufficient. Intelligence and course management mattered equally for consistent success. The tournament crowds had to adjust to Nicklaus as champion, as many remained devoted Palmer fans who viewed the young challenger with suspicion. Over time, Nicklaus would win over galleries with his excellence and graciousness, but in 1963 he was still seen primarily as Palmer's rival rather than a beloved champion in his own right. Television coverage captured the emerging Palmer-Nicklaus dynamic and helped build narratives around their rivalry. The contrasts between the two players provided ready-made storylines that broadcasters could exploit, and their head-to-head confrontations became must-watch television for golf fans. The tournament's international profile continued expanding, with Gary Player's 1961 victory having opened doors for international players. Nicklaus's success added to the sense that the Masters attracted and crowned the world's finest players regardless of nationality or background. As the 1963 Masters concluded with Jack Nicklaus as the youngest champion, the tournament had witnessed the birth of a legend. Nicklaus's first green jacket began what would become the most successful Masters career in history. The rivalry with Palmer was just beginning, and Augusta National would provide the stage for their epic confrontations throughout the 1960s and beyond. The 1963 Masters also highlighted how Augusta National could identify generational talent and crown champions who would define eras. Nicklaus's youth and prodigious skills suggested many years of contention ahead, and his first green jacket began what would become the most successful Masters career in history. The tournament had found its next great champion. The victory demonstrated that power combined with intelligence could conquer Augusta National. Nicklaus possessed both physical gifts and mental acuity that made him formidable at major championships generally and at Augusta specifically. His understanding of course management and strategic play beyond his years suggested sustained success ahead. Bobby Jones, watching from the sidelines due to his deteriorating health, recognized in Nicklaus a kindred spirit who combined physical talent with strategic intelligence. Jones appreciated Nicklaus's thoughtful approach to golf and his respect for the game's traditions and competitive integrity. The passing of championship excellence from Jones's era through Palmer to Nicklaus represented golf's healthy evolution. The 1964 Masters was the 28th tournament at Augusta National, and it featured Arnold Palmer winning his fourth and final green jacket with a score of 276, 12 under par. Palmer became the first four-time Masters champion, surpassing the 3 victory totals of Sam Snead and Jimmy DeMerit. His dominant performance that week capped his extraordinary Augusta resume and cemented his status as one of the tournament's all-time greats. Palmer's 1964 victory represented the peak of his Masters success and arguably his finest performance at Augusta. The 12-under total demonstrated commanding golf over 4 rounds, with Palmer playing aggressively yet avoiding the big mistakes that could derail scoring. His ball striking, course management, and putting all clicked simultaneously to produce a performance that left the field trailing. The 4th Masters title gave Palmer the record for most victories at that point in tournament history. No player had won more than 3 green jackets before Palmer's 4th triumph. While Jack Nicklaus would eventually surpass this mark, Palmer's achievement stood as the benchmark for Masters excellence during the 1960s. Palmer's 1964 victory further increased his global popularity and solidified his reputation as the King of Golf. His association with the Masters was now indelible, with 4 victories in 7 years demonstrating sustained dominance that few players ever achieved at a single major championship. The Masters and Palmer had become inseparable in fans' minds. The winning score of 276 showed aggressive scoring under favorable conditions that rewarded excellent play. The course setup allowed Palmer to attack pins and accumulate birdies while still demanding precision to avoid costly mistakes. This balance created exciting golf and identified a worthy champion through comprehensive examination. Television coverage of Palmer's dominant performance brought the Masters to record audiences and helped grow golf's popularity during the sport's golden age. Palmer's charisma combined with his on-course excellence created compelling viewing that attracted casual sports fans beyond golf's traditional core audience. The symbiotic relationship between Palmer and television elevated both. Palmer's 4th and final Masters victory came at age 34, an age when many golfers remain in their competitive prime. The fact that he never won another Masters despite remaining competitive for years raised questions about what might have been. Near misses in subsequent years demonstrated that he could still contend, but converting contention into victory proved elusive. The tournament highlighted Palmer's complete mastery of Augusta National's demands during this peak period. His power allowed him to dominate the par 5s. His iron play gave him birdie opportunities, and his putting held up under pressure. When all elements of his game functioned properly, Palmer was nearly unbeatable at Augusta. Palmer's victory also intensified his rivalry with Jack Nicklaus, who had won the previous year and would continue challenging Palmer throughout the 1960s. Their head-to-head competition became central to Masters narratives and gave the tournament a compelling storyline that captivated fans. Each championship between them added new chapters to their evolving rivalry. After 1964, Palmer would contend in numerous Masters but never claim another green jacket. His near misses and close calls became part of his Augusta story, demonstrating both his continued excellence and his inability to recapture the magic of his 4 victories. The unfulfilled pursuit of a 5th title added poignancy to his Masters legacy. The tournament's establishment as golf's premier event was now complete, with no remaining doubt about the Masters' status among the sport's major championships. The combination of Palmer's star power, Augusta's beauty, television coverage, and established traditions made the Masters the most anticipated and watched golf tournament each year. Palmer's dominance also reflected the strength of American golf during the early 1960s. While international players were beginning to make their mark, American players still dominated major championships. Palmer, Nicklaus, and other American stars represented perhaps the deepest talent pool the sport had yet seen. The green jacket ceremony took on additional meaning as Palmer joined the exclusive group of multiple champions. His 4 victories placed him in rare company, and the ceremony connected him to past legends while establishing his own place in Masters history. The tradition of past champions presenting new winners reinforced continuity and honored achievement. As the 1964 Masters concluded with Arnold Palmer's fourth and final victory, the tournament had witnessed the completion of one of golf's great championship runs. Palmer's Masters career would continue for decades, but this victory represented the pinnacle of his Augusta success. The king had reigned supreme at the Masters, and his 4 green jackets ensured his permanent place in tournament lore. The 1964 Masters also represented perhaps the last time Palmer would command such complete dominance at Augusta. While he remained competitive for years and contended in numerous subsequent Masters, he never again controlled the tournament wire-to-wire with such authority. The victory captured Palmer at his absolute peak, executing at the highest level under major championship pressure. The tournament's global reach expanded with each Palmer victory, as his international popularity brought new audiences to the Masters. Golf fans worldwide followed Palmer's exploits at Augusta, and his success helped grow the sport in countries where golf was still developing. The Masters benefited from this international attention and Palmer's role as golf's global ambassador. The traditions surrounding the Masters continued evolving, with each year adding new layers while honoring past champions and memorable moments. The tournament had found the perfect balance between respecting history and embracing growth, maintaining its distinctive character while expanding its reach and influence in the golf world and beyond. The 1965 Masters was the 29th edition at Augusta National, and it produced one of the most dominant performances in tournament history. Jack Nicklaus won his second green jacket with a score of 271, 17 under par, setting a new tournament scoring record that would stand for decades. The performance is considered one of the finest displays of golf ever witnessed at Augusta and established Nicklaus as the emerging dominant force in the sport. Nicklaus's 17 under total shattered the previous scoring record and demonstrated what was possible when a great player hit peak form on a course that suited his strengths. The combination of power, precision, strategic intelligence, and hot putting produced a score that seemed almost impossible given Augusta's challenges. Future champions would approach but not surpass this total for many years. The margin of victory was 9 shots, one of the largest in Masters history up to that point. Nicklaus's dominance was so complete that the tournament essentially became a coronation rather than a competitive chase. By Sunday, the only question was how low Nicklaus would go rather than who would win. Such commanding performances were rare in major championship golf. The victory gave Nicklaus 2 green jackets in 3 years, establishing a pattern of Masters success that would continue throughout his career. His understanding of Augusta's demands and his ability to execute under pressure made him a perennial favorite each April. The 1965 dominance suggested many more green jackets would follow. Nicklaus's power game was particularly effective at the 1965 Masters, allowing him to overpower Augusta's par 5s and create scoring opportunities that shorter hitters could not match. His ability to reach par 5s in 2 shots set up eagles and birdies that accumulated into his record-setting total. Power golf was becoming increasingly important at Augusta as equipment improved. The scoring record of 271 would stand until later champions posted lower totals decades into the future. Tiger Woods and Dustin Johnson would eventually surpass Nicklaus's mark, but for generations this performance represented the standard of excellence at Augusta National. The longevity of the record testified to both Nicklaus's greatness and the difficulty of sustaining such exceptional play for 72 holes. The 1965 Masters highlighted how modern power golf could dismantle Augusta National when paired with precision and touch. Nicklaus possessed the distance to reach par 5s easily but also the finesse to handle Augusta's demanding greens and strategic challenges. This combination of power and precision would characterize his Masters success. The tournament crowds witnessed history as Nicklaus compiled his record score, though many Palmer fans still harbored mixed feelings about the young champion's dominance. Over time, Nicklaus would win over galleries with his excellence in sportsmanship, but the Palmer-Nicklaus rivalry meant that Palmer loyalists viewed Nicklaus's success with complicated emotions. Television coverage captured Nicklaus's commanding performance and brought it to audiences who appreciated witnessing greatness even when competitive drama was limited. The Masters' beauty and Nicklaus's excellence combined to create compelling viewing despite the lack of Sunday suspense. Viewers valued seeing history unfold in real time. The victory strengthened Nicklaus's growing reputation as golf's best player and most dangerous major championship competitor. While Palmer remained beloved and successful, Nicklaus was establishing himself as the man to beat at Augusta and in golf generally. The transition from Palmer's era to Nicklaus's dominance was accelerating. The 1965 performance became a benchmark for evaluating future Masters performances. When players contended for low scores or dominant victories, they were measured against Nicklaus's 271 and 9-shot margin. The performance entered golf lore as one of the sport's finest individual achievements. Palmer finished well back of Nicklaus, unable to contend with his rival's excellence that week. The contrast between Palmer's struggles and Nicklaus's dominance symbolized the changing of the guard, though Palmer would remain competitive for years and nearly win additional Masters. The rivalry continued even as Nicklaus asserted his superiority. The tournament's international profile continued growing, with Nicklaus's dominant performance attracting worldwide attention. Golf fans globally recognized the significance of what they were witnessing, and the Masters benefited from the international interest in Nicklaus's record-setting achievement. As the 1965 Masters concluded with Jack Nicklaus's record-shattering performance, the tournament had witnessed one of golf's greatest individual displays. The 271 total and 9-shot victory margin established new standards for excellence at Augusta. Nicklaus's dominance confirmed his status as the sport's emerging superstar and foreshadowed the remarkable Masters career that would eventually produce 6 green jackets. The 1965 performance also demonstrated how Augusta National could be conquered when everything aligned properly for a great player. Nicklaus's combination of power, precision, hot putting, and strategic brilliance produced scoring that seemed almost impossible given the course's challenges. Such performances were rare treasures that showcased golf at its absolute highest level. The tournament's stature continued growing as performances like Nicklaus's record-setting display brought worldwide attention to Augusta. The Masters had become not just America's premier golf tournament but an event that captivated global audiences and attracted the world's finest players. Each memorable performance added to the tournament's mystique and elevated its prestige. Television technology improvements allowed viewers to appreciate Nicklaus's excellence more fully than ever before. Better cameras, more comprehensive coverage, and improved production values meant that audiences could witness history unfolding with unprecedented clarity and immediacy. The Masters and television had formed a partnership that would transform both golf and broadcasting in coming decades. The 1966 Masters was the 30th tournament at Augusta National, and it featured Jack Nicklaus winning his 3rd green jacket with an even par total of 288. The victory was particularly significant because Nicklaus became the first player to win consecutive Masters championships, claiming back-to-back titles in 1965 and 1966. This achievement demonstrated sustained excellence at Augusta and placed Nicklaus in rare company among the tournament's champions. The even par winning total of 288 reflected much tougher conditions than the record-setting 1965 championship. Where the previous year had seen Nicklaus shoot 17 under par, the 1966 setup produced a grinding test that demanded patience, course management, and the ability to accept pars without pressing for birdies that might lead to mistakes. The contrast between consecutive years demonstrated Augusta's flexibility in presenting different challenges. Nicklaus's ability to win under such contrasting conditions showcased the completeness of his game and his adaptability to different setups. He could dominate with low scoring when conditions permitted, as in 1965, but he could also grind out victories when Augusta showed its teeth. This versatility separated great champions from players who excelled only under specific conditions. The back-to-back victories placed Nicklaus alongside Arnold Palmer and Sam Snead with 3 green jackets at that time, tying them for the most Masters wins. At just 26 years old, Nicklaus had already matched the career Masters totals of legends who had played for decades. His youth suggested many more opportunities to add green jackets, and his dominance at Augusta was becoming increasingly apparent. The consecutive titles had been attempted by many champions but achieved by none before Nicklaus. Defending at Augusta proved extraordinarily difficult due to the course's demands and the strength of the fields. Nicklaus's success in repeating demonstrated both his excellence and his ability to handle the pressure and expectations that came with returning as defending champion. Nicklaus joined Palmer and Snead with 3 Masters victories each, creating an elite group within the already exclusive fraternity of green jacket winners. This milestone positioned Nicklaus among Augusta's all-time greats despite his youth, and his pursuit of additional titles became a central narrative for future Masters tournaments. The 1966 Masters also continued the Palmer-Nicklaus rivalry that had captivated golf fans. While Palmer did not contend strongly that week, his presence and the ongoing competition between the king and the young challenger remained central to Masters storytelling. Their contrasting styles and personalities created natural drama that transcended individual tournament results. By 1966, the Masters was widely regarded as golf's most important annual event, surpassing even the major championships in some fans' estimation due to its consistent venue, established traditions, and television presence. The combination of Augusta's beauty, the green jacket mystique, and champions like Nicklaus and Palmer created an event that transcended sport and became a cultural phenomenon. Television coverage had become comprehensive by 1966, with networks investing heavily in presenting the Masters to growing audiences. The improvements in broadcast technology meant viewers could appreciate the course's beauty and the players' skills more fully than ever before. The Masters and television had formed a partnership that benefited both tremendously. The tournament's international profile continued expanding as Nicklaus's dominance brought worldwide attention. Golf fans globally followed his pursuit of Masters records, and his success helped grow the sport internationally. The Masters benefited from this global interest while maintaining its distinctly American traditions and character. Course conditioning and setup reflected Augusta's ongoing commitment to presenting challenging but fair tests. The tournament committee, still guided by Bobby Jones's vision despite his declining health, balanced difficulty with opportunity. The goal remained identifying champions through comprehensive examination rather than narrow tests of single skills. Prize money continued growing as professional golf's commercial appeal expanded. The total purse reflected rising television revenues and sponsor support, though amounts remained modest compared to future decades. Winning the Masters brought prestige and opportunities that extended far beyond the immediate prize money. Nicklaus's 3rd green jacket at such a young age suggested a remarkable Masters career ahead. Few observers in 1966 could have predicted he would eventually win 6 titles, but his early success clearly indicated sustained dominance was possible. The Golden Bear was establishing himself as Augusta's greatest champion. The tournament's traditions continued evolving while honoring past champions and memorable moments. The Champions Dinner, Green Jacket Ceremony, and other customs created continuity that connected present champions to Augusta's rich history. These traditions distinguished the Masters from other championships and gave it unique character that fans cherished. As the 1966 Masters concluded with Jack Nicklaus's consecutive victory, The tournament had witnessed history in the making. Nicklaus's back-to-back titles demonstrated dominance that few players ever achieved at major championships. His 3 green jackets at age 26 suggested many more were possible, and his association with Augusta National would define both his career and the tournament for decades to come. The championship also demonstrated Nicklaus's ability to perform under different conditions and course setups. His versatility and adaptability made him dangerous regardless of how Augusta played, whether firm and fast or soft and receptive. This complete game mastery suggested that Nicklaus would remain a perennial favorite at the Masters for years to come, with many more opportunities to add green jackets to his growing collection. The 1967 Masters was the 31st tournament at Augusta National, and it brought a new champion in Gay Brewer Jr., who won his only major championship and only Masters title. Brewer defeated Bobby Nicholls by 1 stroke with a total of 280, 8 under par, claiming victory after steady final round play that held off late challenges. The win ended Jack Nicklaus's early dominant streak at the event and demonstrated that other talented players could break through when the favorites faltered. Brewer's final round 71 secured victory in a tightly contested championship where several players had realistic chances entering Sunday. His ability to maintain composure and execute quality shots under pressure separated him from the contenders who could not deliver when it mattered most. The 1-stroke margin reflected how close the competition remained throughout the final round. The champion birdied the 16th hole late in the final round, a crucial score that gave him breathing room as he navigated the difficult closing holes at Augusta. Then he parred both 17 and 18 to secure the championship, demonstrating the nerve and precision required to close out major championship victories. Those final pars under maximum pressure defined Brewer's championship performance. Jack Nicklaus, the 2-time defending champion, finished tied for 3rd, ending his consecutive title streak. The Golden Bear had dominated Augusta for 2 years but could not extend his run to 3 straight victories. Nicklaus's finish demonstrated that even the greatest champions could not win every year, and that Augusta's demands meant no player could take success for granted. Arnold Palmer contended through 3 rounds but faded after a 3rd round 73 that dropped him from championship contention. Palmer's struggles on Saturday demonstrated how one poor round could derail major championship hopes at Augusta. Despite remaining competitive, Palmer could not mount the Sunday charge that had characterized many of his previous Masters performances. The field included 94 players, with the cut set at 5 over par after 36 holes. The size and quality of the Masters field continued growing as more players earned invitations through various qualifying criteria. The tournament's prestige meant that making the Masters field represented a significant achievement for professional golfers worldwide. Brewer's putting on Augusta's slick greens proved decisive throughout the week and particularly in the final pairing on Sunday. His ability to control speed on the lightning-fast surfaces and make crucial putts when needed separated him from competitors who struggled with Augusta's notorious green complexes. Putting excellence remained essential for Masters success. This championship marked the end of Nicklaus's early dominant streak at Augusta, where he had won 3 titles in 4 years from 1963 through 1966. Brewer's victory demonstrated that other players could prevail when Nicklaus was not at his absolute best, though the Golden Bear would return to contend and win more green jackets in future years. The total purse for 1967 was $180,000, with Brewer's winners' share $20,000. Prize money continued growing steadily as professional golf's commercial appeal expanded and television revenues increased. The financial rewards for tournament success were improving, though still modest compared to later decades. Amateur Bob Murphy tied for 8th place, representing one of the top amateur finishes during the 1960s. Murphy's performance demonstrated that talented amateurs could still compete effectively with professionals at major championships, though the gap between elite professionals and amateurs was widening as the professional tour became more lucrative and competitive. The 1967 Masters reflected the competitive depth developing in professional golf during the mid-1960s. Multiple players possessed the skills to win major championships, and the competition for green jackets was intense. Brewer's breakthrough demonstrated that patient players who avoided mistakes could triumph even without spectacular scoring. Course conditions that week rewarded precision and punished errors, with Augusta's green complexes demanding careful club selection and strategic thinking about angles of approach. Brewer's ability to hit greens in the correct positions and avoid three putts proved crucial to his victory. These demands remained central to Masters Championship golf. The tournament's television coverage brought the drama to growing audiences who appreciated the high-quality play and Augusta's beauty. Network broadcasts made the Masters accessible to fans who could not travel to Georgia, helping grow the tournament's popularity and cultural significance beyond traditional golf circles. Brewer's victory entered him into the exclusive fraternity of Masters champions, earning him a lifetime invitation to return annually and participate in tournament traditions. The green jacket ceremony connected him to past champions while beginning his own Augusta legacy, even though this would be his only green jacket. As the 1967 Masters concluded with Gabe Brewer as champion, the tournament had crowned a worthy winner and demonstrated once again that Augusta could produce surprising champions when favorites struggled. Brewer's steady, patient golf under pressure earned him golf's most coveted prize and ensured his place in Masters history. The championship also marked a transition as Nicklaus's early dominance pause allowed other players to claim green jackets. The 1967 Masters also reflected the quality and depth of professional golf during this era, with multiple talented players competing for major championships. Brewer's steady performance under pressure demonstrated that consistent, error-free golf could triumph over spectacular but inconsistent play. His victory validated the importance of mental toughness and course management at Augusta National, where patience often proved more valuable than aggressive brilliance. The 1968 Masters was the 32nd tournament at Augusta National, and it became one of the most controversial championships in the event's history. Bob Goalby won with a score of 277, 11 under par, prevailing after a scoring controversy involving Roberto de Vicenzo that resulted in no playoff despite the two players appearing to tie. The incident led to stricter scorecard rules in major championships and created one of golf's most unfortunate and memorable moments. Goalby finished one ahead of de Vicenzo officially, though the situation was complicated by a scoring error on de Vicenzo's final round scorecard. The Argentine player had actually shot 66 in the final round but signed for a 68 due to an incorrect score on one hole. Under golf's rules, the higher signed score stood, and de Vicenzo was disqualified from the playoff opportunity, handing Goalby the green jacket without sudden death. Roberto de Vicenzo's 66 was ruled invalid due to the marking error, a tragic end to what should have been a triumphant final round. The mistake occurred when playing partner Tommy Aaron marked a 4 instead of a 3 on one hole, and de Vicenzo failed to catch the error before signing his scorecard. The rules of golf required accepting the higher score, costing de Vicenzo a chance at the championship. The incident sparked extensive debate over the outcome and whether the rules should be modified to address such situations. Many felt that de Vicenzo deserved the opportunity to compete in a playoff, while others argued that players bore responsibility for verifying their scorecards before signing. The controversy highlighted the strictness of golf's rules and the importance of careful scorecard checking. Jack Nicklaus led after 54 holes but shot 77 on Sunday to drop to third place. The Golden Bears' struggles in the final round opened the door for Goalby and de Vicenzo, though neither could have anticipated the controversy that would overshadow the championship. Nicklaus's poor Sunday demonstrated that even the best players could falter under Masters pressure. Arnold Palmer finished second officially after DiVincenzo's disqualification, though he had shot a higher total than both Gulby and the corrected DiVincenzo score. Palmer's runner-up finish represented another near miss in his pursuit of a fifth green jacket, adding to the frustration of not winning at Augusta after his dominant early 1960s run. Gulby's steady play throughout the week included a final round 69 on a firm Augusta layout that tested every aspect of the player's games. His ability to maintain composure and execute quality golf throughout 72 holes deserved recognition, even though the controversial finish overshadowed his excellent performance. Gulby played championship-caliber golf and earned his victory. The incident led to stricter scorecard protocols in major championships going forward, with additional checks and verifications implemented to prevent similar tragedies. Tournament officials recognized the need for systems that caught errors before players signed cards, protecting both competitors and championship integrity. The 1968 controversy prompted meaningful improvements in tournament administration. The total purse reached $200,000, with Gulby's winners checked $20,000. Prize money continued its steady growth as professional golf's commercial appeal expanded and television revenues increased. The financial stakes in major championships were rising, making victories increasingly valuable beyond just the prestige. 102 players started the tournament, with 44 making the cut at 4 over par. The field size reflected the Masters' growing appeal and the increasing number of players earning invitations through various qualifying criteria. Competition for spots in the Masters field was intense, as the tournament's prestige made participation highly coveted. Tom Weiskopf debuted at the Masters in 1968, tying for 20th place in his first appearance. Weiskopf would become a regular contender at Augusta over the coming years, though he would never claim a green jacket despite coming agonizingly close multiple times. His debut represented the arrival of another talented player who would define 1970s Masters golf. The controversy unfortunately overshadowed what should have been a celebration of Gulby's excellent golf and championship victory. His performance throughout the week demonstrated the skills needed to win at Augusta, and he executed under pressure to post a winning total. The circumstances of the victory did not diminish his achievement, though they complicated his legacy. DiVincenzo's gracious acceptance of the situation, famously saying, "What a stupid I am," endeared him to golf fans worldwide and demonstrated the sportsmanship that characterized the game at its best. His dignity in accepting responsibility for the error, even though others shared blame, reflected golf's traditions of personal accountability and honor. The 1968 Masters served as a reminder of golf's strict adherence to rules and the importance of careful attention to details like scorecard verification. The incident educated players about the need for thorough checking before signing, and it highlighted how simple mistakes could have enormous consequences in major championships. As the 1968 Masters concluded with Bob Gulby as champion under controversial circumstances, the tournament had experienced one of its most unfortunate moments. The scorecard incident would be remembered and discussed for decades, serving as a cautionary tale about the importance of rule compliance and careful verification. Gulby's victory deserved recognition for his excellent play, even as DiVincenzo's tragedy generated sympathy and prompted rule refinements. The 1969 Masters was the 33rd edition at Augusta National, and it featured George Archer winning his lone major championship at 281, 7 under par. Archer edged Billy Casper, George Knudsen, and Tom Weiskopf by 1 stroke, claiming victory with a final round 70 in windy conditions that tested the entire field. The win represented the pinnacle of Archer's solid professional career and earned him permanent membership in the exclusive fraternity of Masters champions. Archer's final round 70 came in challenging windy conditions that made scoring difficult and demanded precise shot making. His ability to control trajectory and flight the ball effectively in the wind proved decisive, as players who could not manage these conditions fell back on the leaderboard. The championship demonstrated that Augusta could defend par effectively when weather complicated an already demanding test. The champion birdied the 3rd and 13th holes during the final round while avoiding major mistakes on the treacherous Amen corner stretch where many championships were won or lost. His steady, error-free golf under pressure separated him from contenders who made crucial mistakes at inopportune moments. The one-stroke victory margin reflected how tight the competition remained throughout Sunday. Jack Nicklaus fired the low round of 66 on Saturday during moving day to thrust himself into contention for another green jacket. The Golden Bear's brilliant 3rd round demonstrated his capacity for spectacular scoring even when not leading from the start. However, he could not maintain that form on Sunday and finished outside the top positions. Arnold Palmer struggled with a 3rd round 75 that dropped him from championship contention, eventually finishing tied for 9th. Palmer's difficulties on Saturday represented another frustrating near-miss in his pursuit of a 5th Masters title. His continued competitiveness at Augusta without converting into victories became a defining aspect of his post-1964 Masters career. George Archer was notably tall for a golfer of that era, standing well over 6 feet, and his height gave him advantages in generating clubhead speed and power off the tee. His length off the tee suited Augusta's par 5s, where the ability to reach in 2 shots created eagle and birdie opportunities that shorter hitters could not match. Power golf was becoming increasingly important at major championships. The cut after 36 holes came at 6 over par, with 49 players advancing from 103 starters. The field quality remained exceptionally high, with the Masters attracting the world's best players who all sought the prestige and tradition that came with winning a green jacket. Competition for positions near the top of the leaderboard was intense. The total purse reached $225,000, with Archer earning $25,000 as champion. Prize money continued growing as professional golf's commercial appeal expanded and television revenues increased. The financial rewards for tournament success were improving steadily, making professional golf an increasingly attractive career for talented players. This Masters victory capped Archer's solid but unspectacular PGA Tour career, providing the signature achievement that would define his professional legacy. While he won multiple tour events throughout his career, the green jacket remained his most significant accomplishment and ensured his permanent place in golf history. Single major winners often found that their Masters victories became their primary claim to fame. Gary Player, the 1961 champion, tied for 12th after leading early in the tournament. Player's inability to sustain his strong start reflected the difficulty of converting early leads into championships at Augusta. The course's back 9 challenges and the strength of the fields meant that no advantage was safe until the final putt dropped on Sunday. The 1969 championship showcased the competitive depth in professional golf during the late 1960s, with multiple players possessing the skills to win major championships. Archer's breakthrough demonstrated that patient players who avoided mistakes and capitalized on scoring opportunities could triumph even without spectacular low rounds. Steady, consistent golf often prevailed at Augusta. Television coverage captured the windy conditions and their impact on play, helping viewers understand the challenges facing the competitors. The broadcast technology and production techniques continued improving, allowing networks to present golf more effectively and build audiences who appreciated the sport's strategic and mental demands as much as its physical skills. The tournament's traditions and customs continued evolving while maintaining connections to Augusta's rich history. The Champions Dinner, Green Jacket Ceremony, and other rituals reinforced the sense of belonging to an exclusive fraternity that transcended individual tournament results. These traditions distinguished the Masters from other championships and gave it unique character. Archer's victory demonstrated that tall players could succeed at Augusta despite the conventional wisdom that shorter players had advantages on the tricky greens due to better putting postures. His success challenged assumptions about ideal body types for golf and showed that skill and touch mattered more than physical stature for navigating Augusta's demands. As the 1969 Masters concluded with George Archer as champion, the tournament had crowned another worthy winner who executed under pressure to claim golf's most coveted prize. Archer's victory in difficult conditions demonstrated the completeness of his game and his ability to handle major championship pressure. The win ensured his place in Masters history and provided the defining achievement of his professional career. The 1970 Masters was the 34th edition at Augusta National, and it featured Billy Casper winning a sudden death playoff over Gene Littler after both finished at 279, 9 under par. Casper birdied the first playoff hole, the 15th, to claim his third major championship overall and his only Masters title. The victory came through clutch playoff performance and demonstrated Casper's ability to execute under maximum pressure when championships hung in the balance. The sudden death playoff format had been adopted by the Masters to replace the previous 18-hole playoff system, creating more immediate drama and better television viewing. The single-hole playoff meant that one great shot or one mistake could determine the championship, raising the stakes and intensifying the pressure on both players. This format change reflected the Masters' adaptation to television-era demands. Casper birdied the par 5 15th hole in the playoff, taking advantage of his length to reach the green in 2 shots and set up the winning birdie putt. His execution when it mattered most demonstrated the championship qualities that had earned him multiple major victories throughout his career. The ability to produce quality golf under playoff pressure separated champions from talented players who faltered in crucial moments. Gene Littler, who had competed at Augusta as an amateur back in 1953, eagled the 13th hole in regulation play to force the playoff. His dramatic eagle demonstrated the scoring opportunities available on Augusta's par 5s for players willing to take aggressive lines and execute risky shots. The eagle brought him back into championship contention and set up the playoff opportunity. Jack Nicklaus finished solo third, 1 stroke outside the playoff positions. The Golden Bear's near miss represented another frustrating close call in his pursuit of additional green jackets. Despite winning 3 Masters by 1970, Nicklaus had also experienced numerous high finishes without victories, demonstrating Augusta's capacity to break even the greatest champions' hearts. Arnold Palmer shot 69 on Sunday but ended tied for 5th, continuing his pattern of strong play at Augusta without converting into championships after his 4th and final victory in 1964. Palmer's continued competitiveness into his 40s demonstrated his enduring skills and deep understanding of Augusta's demands, even as victories became increasingly elusive. Casper's short game proved crucial throughout the week, and particularly on the back 9, where his ability to save par repeatedly kept him in championship contention. His putting, chipping, and bunker play demonstrated the importance of touch and finesse around Augusta's demanding green complexes. Power helped on par 5s, but short game excellence remained essential for Masters success. The field of 83 players made the cut at 5 over par after 36 holes. Soft conditions from rain led to lower scoring than some years, allowing players to attack pins and accumulate birdies more readily. The balance between difficulty and scoring opportunity varied year to year at Augusta, creating different championship tests that required adaptability. The total purse reached $225,000, with Casper's winner's share rising to $25,000 after the playoff victory. Prize money continued growing steadily as professional golf's commercial appeal expanded and television revenues increased. The financial rewards for major championship success were becoming substantial, though still modest compared to future decades. This was the first Masters to use the sudden death playoff format, making it a historic championship in tournament evolution. The change from 18-hole playoffs to single-hole sudden death reflected the Masters' willingness to adapt traditions when improvements served the tournament and its audiences. The dramatic nature of sudden death playoffs proved ideal for television and created memorable moments. Bruce Devlin tied for 7th with a strong weekend performance that demonstrated the international player quality at Augusta. Players from around the world now competed regularly at the Masters, bringing diverse styles and perspectives to the championship. This international flavor enhanced the tournament's global appeal and prestige. Casper's victory demonstrated that patient, strategic players who avoided mistakes could triumph at Augusta even without spectacular low scoring. His third major championship validated his status among the game's elite players, though he never received the public adulation that Palmer and Nicklaus enjoyed. Casper's excellence was quiet and workmanlike rather than flashy and dramatic. The 1970 Masters marked the end of a remarkable decade for the tournament, during which Palmer and Nicklaus had dominated while new stars emerged and international players broke through. The 1960s had seen the Masters cement its status as golf's premier event, with comprehensive television coverage bringing Augusta's beauty and drama to millions worldwide. Bobby Jones, though in declining health and confined to a wheelchair, remained involved in tournament operations as his condition permitted. His presence ensured continuity with the Masters' founding vision and maintained the connection to golf's amateur ideals. The tournament's traditions had become deeply embedded in golf culture by 1970, with the Green Jacket, Champions Dinner, and Augusta's Beauty creating an event that transcended mere sporting competition. As the 1970 Masters concluded with Billy Casper's playoff victory, the tournament looked back on a successful decade while anticipating the exciting years ahead. The 1970s would bring new champions, memorable moments, and continued growth in the Masters' prestige and global reach. Casper's clutch playoff performance provided a fitting conclusion to the 1960s era and demonstrated that Augusta would continue producing dramatic championships and worthy winners in the decades to come.